Chapter 68. This was the first disagreement between Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge. When Fang Yan first arrived, he met a leader like Lu Chaoge. Although Vermilion Bird Middle School was carrying out educational reform, from the leaders down to the teachers, they were all stubborn and unwilling to accept anything from outside. Lu Chaoge wanted to break the stalemate, but she couldn't find a suitable breakthrough point. The arrival of Fang Yan and the series of things he did gave Lu Chaoge an opportunity. The two of them didn't communicate, but they maintained a tacit understanding. One of them fought in the front, and the other provided ammunition and logistical support. They cooperated well, and it could even be said that they were telepathic. Fang Yan was respectful and casual to Lu Chaoge, and Lu Chaoge admired Fang Yan, but she couldn't do anything about it. Lu Chaoge knew about Zhu Jian, and she also suspected that there was more to it than meets the eye. However, in the face of conclusive evidence, she chose to compromise and remain silent. Fang Yan could understand why Lu Chaoge made such a decision. It was just like when he was blackmailed by the media and Li Ziqiang and others to expel him from the school. She chose to give in. She had her own position, and her first priority was to ensure her own safety. It could be forgiven, but there would always be some grudges in her heart. Lu Chaoge knew about this before, but she didn't help Zhu Jian. So, Fang Yan's plan to start with Lu Chaoge had to be changed. Without Lu Chaoge's help, it would be much more difficult to get justice for Zhu Jian. Fang Yan thought as he walked to the teacher's living area with a cup of tea. He had now settled in Lu Chaoge's courtyard. Although the food in the school cafeteria wasn't as rich as Jiangqin's, he still saved a few yuan on the bus fare, right? A penny stumped a hero, not to mention Fang Yan, who was beaten up by Yi Rou and ran away. Crack! Not far away, there was the sound of twigs breaking. Fang Yan raised his head and saw a student climbing up a large tree near the Sparrow River. Willow trees were planted along the banks of the Sparrow River. Their long branches cast shadows on the river, giving off a gentle and charming vibe. This was also why when Fang Yan led his students to the riverside to learn the poem, Farewell to Cambridge Again, they could recite sentences like, "The golden willows by the riverside are the bride in the setting sun," to the willows. However, a large area of green belts and both sides of the forest paths were planted with large-leaf parasol trees. These wutong trees all had a history of more than 10 years. Some of the older ones were even dozens of years or even hundreds of years old. These parasol trees were tall and big, with lush branches and leaves. If one did not pay close attention, even if there was a person hiding on it, it would not be easy to discover. Fang Yan was deep in thought when he heard the voice. "Who's in the tree? Come down quickly. Danger!" Fang Yan shouted. As he spoke, he quickly ran towards the foot of the big banyan tree. With such a tall tree, if one were to fall accidentally, it was very likely that one's tendons and bones would be broken. Fang Yan was a teacher at the school. When encountering such a thing, he could not stay out of it and pretend that he did not see it. Moreover, if something really happened to a student, as a witness, the school might hold him responsible. Qin Yitian's hands grabbed onto a thick tree trunk. One of her feet was in the hole of the tree, and the other was on the tree trunk, preparing to climb up. It was a simple thing to think of, but it was very difficult to do. However, she was not a person who would give up easily. Since she had decided, she must do it well. Hearing someone shouting from below, she looked through the gaps between the leaves and saw that it was Fang Yan running towards her. She could not help but be happy and said, "Fang Yan, why is it you?" "Qin Yitian." As soon as Fang Yan heard the voice, he knew that it was Qin Yitian. This woman's voice was very special. It had the crispness of a young person, but it also had the magnetism of a mature woman. It was very recognizable. Moreover, among the students at Rosefinch Secondary, the only one who dared to call him by his name was Qin Yitian. Of course, Zheng Guodong and the others all called him idiot. Fang Yan stood under the parasol tree and looked up at Qin Yitian, who was on top of the tree trunk. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with red clouds that shone on the surface of the Sparrow River. Even the river water was sparkling, like a huge moving piece of silk. Rays of red light shone through the branches and leaves, shining on Qin Yitian's delicate and flawless face. Her face was light pink, and there was a kind of purity that could move one's heart. Even the tiny beads of sweat on her face had turned into colorful pearls that slid down her cheeks. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Qin Tian. Fang Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. Why are you running up the tree? Come down quickly. What if you fall down? Qin Tian did not take Fang Yan's threat to heart at all. She used all her strength to climb up and giggled, saying, If I fall down, you can catch me. Why should I catch you? Fang Yan said angrily. Come down yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Because I'm your student, Qin Tian said. And also your admirer. Qin Tian, I'm not joking with you. Fang Yan, I'm not joking with you either. You. Fang Yan really did not know what to do with this woman. He was secretly on guard, ready to catch her if she really fell down accidentally. There are so many fun places in school. Why are you climbing up the tree? Trees are fun too. Qin Tian took another step forward and finally stood on the largest horizontal branch at the top of the tree. She stood there and looked down at the Sparrow River. The red sunlight gilded her body with a rich layer of gold. She squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, Fang Yan, the Sparrow River on the tree is even more enchanting. Hurry up and come down after you're done. Fang Yan said angrily. Of course he knew that the scenery would be different when looking down from a high vantage point. But if everyone climbed up the tree to look at the scenery like you, wouldn't the school be in chaos? I still have work to do, Qin Tian said. Work? Fang Yan was confused. What kind of work could there be in a tree? Qin Tian held onto the tree trunk with one hand while her other hand reached into her bag to search for something. She actually took out a little bird. The little bird's wings were not fully developed. It looked like it had just been born and could not fly freely. The little bird chirped and seemed to be very scared and anxious. Only then did Fang Yan notice that there was a bird's nest on top of Qin Tian's head. A big bird was standing next to the nest and chirping, looking very anxious and angry. Even though a person as big as Qin Tian was standing next to it and threatening its territory, the big bird still had no intention of running away. It stretched out its beak and spread its wings, looking like it was going to fight Qin Tian to the death at any time. Don't be afraid, Qin Tian said to the big bird. I know you're very anxious. I'll bring the baby back to you. As Qin Tian spoke, she raised one hand and slowly placed the little bird into the nest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little bird landed in the nest and chirped happily. The big bird chirped and circled around the little bird. She retracted her wings and stopped attacking Qin Tian. Qin Tian waved at the little bird and the mother bird and said, Be careful next time. Goodbye. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She didn't know what the little bird and the mother bird were chirping. It looked like they were expressing their gratitude to Qin Tian, but it also seemed like they were reluctant to part with her. Seeing this scene, Fang Yan's originally angry mood suddenly calmed down. Qin Tian, the girl who was fierce and smart in his eyes, turned out to have such a delicate and kind side. It seemed that he couldn't look at people with colored glasses in the future. A good person has a bad side, and a bad person might also be a filial son. How could 1,000 people have 1,000 faces? Just as Fang Yan reflected on his mistakes in his heart and corrected his previous attitude towards Qin Tian stood on the tree trunk and shouted, Fang Yan, call Mr. Fang. If other students hear, Fang Yan, I want to jump from the tree. Qin Tian said. Fang Yan turned around and said, Whatever, I can't see. Before Fang Yan finished saying, out of sight, out of mind, he turned around and rushed forward. Fang Yan held Qin Tian's body in his arms and looked at her smiling face fiercely. Qin Tian. Fang Yan had an impulse to go crazy. What do you want to do? I knew you would catch me. Qin Tian lay in Fang Yan's arms and said with a serious face, What if I can't catch you? You will catch it. She had no doubt about that. If, Fang Yan, you will catch me, right? Qin Tian looked at Fang Yan's eyes. You won't let me get hurt, right? What does it have to do with me if you get hurt? Fang Yan was so angry that he almost cursed. He threw Qin Tian on the ground and said, If you do this kind of stupid thing again, you will still catch me. Don't let me see you. I won't do it when you can't see me. Seeing Fang Yan's angry look, Qin Tian felt it was interesting. She tidied up her long hair and wrapped the bird poop in the bag with a tissue in her hand. Fang Yan, The books say that men like silly women. Did I look silly just now? Silly? Fang Yan answered without hesitation. He would be angry with anyone who dared to say that Qin Etian was not silly. Such a tall tree, she didn't say a word. No, she dared to jump down when others didn't believe her. What if something happened? What if she broke her leg? What if her face was scratched? Such a beautiful girl, if something happened to her. Of course, if she really fell into 5 pieces, there was no way she could survive. Silly and cute? Silly and hateful. Chapter 69. As soon as Fang Yan pushed open the courtyard door, Qin Etian walked past him. She looked at the courtyard curiously and said, "No way? The teachers of Rosefinch Secondary have such good benefits? They can live in such a beautiful house?" She ran toward the potted flowers in the courtyard and exclaimed, "Did you plant all these flowers? They're so beautifully trimmed. But I don't think you planted them because you just came to this school." Fang Yan stood at the door and looked at her helplessly, saying, "Qin Etian, it's school time now. Won't your parents worry if you don't go home?" Qin Etian turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Even if I don't go back for a year and a half, my parents won't worry." "Then you really don't make your parents like you," Fang Yan said. Seeing her arrogant look, he wanted to give her a blow. Qin Etian looked at Fang Yan with a smile, knowing his mind like the back of her hand. She waved her hand and said, "Come in. Please." Fang Yan closed the courtyard door and walked in. "I'm the owner of this courtyard. How come it's your turn to greet me?" "You're also not the owner of this courtyard." Qin Etian raised her face and thought for a moment, then said, "Headmaster Lu Chaoga's house, right?" Fang Yan looked at her in surprise and said, "Why do you think so?" "First, you have a close relationship with Headmaster Lu Chaoga. This is not a secret in the school. Secondly, not every teacher could be allocated a courtyard like this. On the way here, I counted that there are only 11 such small courtyards. This number can only be provided for the school's leaders, and it's impossible for all the teachers to have one. On the other hand, there were high-rise apartments in the West District. Those were the houses for the other teachers to live in." Combining these 2 points, the answer was obvious. Principal Lu Chaoga doesn't live in the school, so she gave her courtyard to Fang Yan, whom she trusts. "Fang Yan, should I regard Principal Lu Chaoga as my opponent?" Qin Etian thought about it seriously and said, "It should be interesting to compete with the vice principal for the same man, right?" "Qin Etian." Fang Yan grabbed Qin Etian's shoulders with both hands, and his eyes were about to spit fire. "Once again, I'm telling you solemnly that it's impossible between us. I'm the teacher, and you're the student. That's all we have, and that's all we'll ever have. From today onwards, from this second onwards, don't challenge my bottom line and speak nonsense." "Are those irrelevant words referring to the fact that I like you?" Qin Etian asked. "If that's the case." Qin Etian pointed to his chest and said, "I never deceive myself, let alone you." "Qin Etian, what do you like about me? Can I change it? If someone else said this, I would think it's very vulgar and boring." Qin Etian pursed his lips and smiled. "But if it's you who said it, you look so cute when you say it." Qin Etian took Fang Yan's hands off his shoulders, walked into the room, looked around and said, "Simple and elegant, it's Lu Chaoga's style. Are you familiar with her?" "No," Qin Etian said. "I just met her twice on the road. You can tell what kind of style she is from the way she dresses." "Qin Etian, we really should have a good talk." Fang Yan followed into the room and sat on the sofa in the living room. He pointed to the sofa opposite and said, "Sit down." Qin Etian sat opposite Fang Yan and said, "If you want to talk to me about respecting you, loving you, and keeping a distance from you, then our negotiation will not have any substantive results. I can give you the answer now, but I don't want to. Qin Etian, I'm a teacher, and you're a student." Fang Yan looked serious and tried to persuade him. "Think about it, if others know our relationship, what will they think?" "I don't care." "I care." Fang Yan's voice rose a little. "I'm a teacher, and I have to cherish my reputation. In my eyes, you're just a child." "Fang Yan, how old are you?" When Wu Qilong debuted, Lu Shishir was still in kindergarten. "They're stars. They're different from us." It's not that we can't be together. Qin Tian analyzed calmly. It just takes a little time to wait. I'm 17 this year, and I'll be an adult next year. After 2 years, I'll go to college. If I want, it'll only take 1 year. When I'm in college, will there be any obstacles for us to be together? Qin Tian, are you lying to me? Fang Yan looked at the girl's beautiful face and asked. What? I don't understand why you like me. Fang Yan said straightforwardly. To be honest, a girl like you likes hundreds and thousands of boys. It should be more than that. Qin Tian added. If that's the case, why do you take the initiative to like me? Because you're excellent. Qin Tian said matter-of-factly. You don't know how excellent you are, do you? Fang Yan thought about it seriously and said. To be honest, I've never thought about this. Am I excellent? Very excellent. Qin Tian nodded affirmatively. Fang Yan smiled shyly and said. It seems that I still lack understanding of myself. Yes, Qin Tian said. Any girl, if they have foresight like me, will fall in love with you. Then let's set 3 rules, Fang Yan said. Which 3 rules? First, don't confess to me in public. Continue. Second, call me Teacher Fang Yan in front of my classmates. I'll allow you to call me Fang Yan in private. What else? Don't get too close to me. It's best if we maintain a certain degree of conflict on the surface. That's it. That's it. Qin Tian smiled and said, Fang Yan, I won't agree to any of these 3 rules. Fang Yan was hurt. He felt that he had wasted half a day talking. Fang Yan, do you know why I'm sure you'll catch me? I don't know. I'm also sure of one thing. You'll definitely like me. Chen Dehai stood on the podium and glanced at the students in a dignified manner. He said, I'm satisfied with everyone's recent performance. But some students, you must pay attention. Huang Haoran, did you talk to your classmates in class? Teacher, I didn't. Huang Haoran's face turned red as he stood up and said, being criticized by the teacher in front of everyone made this student, who had an extremely high self-esteem, feel very uncomfortable. No. Then did my eyes deceive me? Chen Dehai shouted angrily. In the second history class this morning, I saw you talking to your desk mate in a low voice. You dare to deny it? Teacher Duan, let us discuss freely. Excuses. Chen Dehai didn't believe Huang Haoran's words at all, and he didn't want to believe it. I tried to entice you, but you refused. You even ran to the school leaders to complain about me. Do you think you're so great because you have Fang Yan to protect you? If he can make you the temporary representative of the Chinese class, I can wipe you off the list as well. Pay attention in the future. If I find you talking in class again, I'll deduct your conduct points. Huang Haoran was full of grievances, but he couldn't refute it. Because he did talk in class. Even if this lawsuit went to the sky, Chen Dehai was still in the right. Chen Dehai was very satisfied with his performance of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He said, when the school just started, we weren't familiar with each other. I only temporarily appointed the class leader and the class representative for each class. Now everyone has been together for a long time, and we have a preliminary understanding of each other. So I'm going to use the time of one class to choose a trustworthy student cadre. Chen Dehai's eyes paused on Zheng Guodong for a moment, and said, of course the previously appointed students have selflessly served all of us for a long time. If we rashly choose a newcomer, it'll be unfair to the previous students. So I think we'll make it simple. It'll still be the previous students. If everyone thinks their work is okay, and everyone is satisfied with them, then they'll stay. If everyone isn't satisfied with this student's work, then we'll choose a new student to replace them. Chen Dehai had his own selfish reasons for doing this. He knew what kind of person Zheng Guodong was, and he also knew that the students in the class didn't like Zheng Guodong. If they voted, it would be difficult for Zheng Guodong to stay. However, if he easily removed Zheng Guodong's position as the class representative, Zheng Guodong wouldn't be satisfied, and it wouldn't look good for Zheng Tiancheng's school director's face either. It would be extremely advantageous for Zheng Guodong if he implemented a custom-made arrangement. Zheng Guodong was the only candidate for the class representative. If the majority of people weren't satisfied, then they would vote to choose a new class representative. With Zheng Guodong's power in the class, there probably wouldn't be many people who dared to stand up and oppose Zheng Guodong to stay as the class representative. Chen Dehai smiled and said, "Okay. Then let's first vote on the class representative. Students who agree that Zheng Guodong should continue to be the class representative, raise your hands?" Except for Li Yang and Chen Tao who were beside Zheng Guodong. Everyone else lowered their heads in silence. Zheng Guodong's face was ugly, and his heart was filled with anger. He thought to himself, "I have to find a chance to deal with you guys who don't listen." Chen Dehai's face was also ugly, and at the same time he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He smiled dryly and said, "Maybe the students haven't thought about it clearly. I'll give everyone another chance to choose. Students who don't agree that Zheng Guodong should be the class representative, raise your hands." This time no one raised their hands. Chen Dehai was happy and said, "If no one objects, then Zheng Guodong will continue to be the class representative of our class, and continue to serve the students." Qin Etian left the table and walked to the podium. He glanced at the whole class and said, "Students who agree that Qin Etian should be the class representative, raise your hands." Hua! Countless arms were raised. God said let there be light, so there was light in the world. Qin Etian said I want to be the class representative, so she became the class representative. Chapter 70. There was no emotional canvassing for votes, no campaign speech. Qin Etian wanted the class monitor, so she became the class monitor. The muscles on Chen Dehai's face kept twitching as he watched the audience raise their hands in unison. When he saw his sons Chen Tao and Li Yang in the back row also raise their hands in agreement, his heart felt like it was trampled by 10 million wild horses. "These two idiots. Why did you raise your hands?" The only student who didn't raise his hand was Zheng Guodong. Zheng Guodong knew that he was not popular in the class, and everyone didn't like him. However, they didn't like him, and they were afraid of him. According to Chen Dehai's proposal, as long as no one stood up to oppose in public, then the position of the class monitor could only be him. Whether they were willing or not, they couldn't change this fact. Just as he was thinking about this, Qin Etian rushed to the podium. Then there was no future he wanted. Zheng Guodong saw Li Yang and Chen Tao sitting next to him also raise their hands. He didn't care that it was in class, so he slapped Li Yang's head and scolded, "Asshole, who told you to raise your hand?" Li Yang saw Zheng Guodong's angry expression and his body trembled. He quickly withdrew his arm and apologized. "Boss, I accidentally raised my hand wrong." Chen Tao saw Li Yang was beaten, and quickly put his arm down. He explained, "I saw them all raise their hands, so I was excited and raised them." "Idiot." Zheng Guodong scolded, gnashing his teeth. At this point it was impossible for Chen Dehai to force Zheng Guodong to stay. He glanced at Qin Etian, who was standing next to him, and felt that he was taller than him. He couldn't do anything about this campus celebrity, and said, "Qin Etian took the initiative to run for the position of the class monitor, which is praiseworthy. Are there any other students who want to run for the position of the class monitor?" No one answered. Everyone looked at Qin Etian with burning eyes. They did not want to compete with Qin Etian. Qin Etian wanted to be the class monitor, so they were willing to let her be the class monitor. What was a princess? What is a queen? That's what it is. No matter how strong her aura was, no matter how beautiful she was, everyone still loved her, cherished her, and gave her all their energy. Chen Dehai laughed dryly a few times and said, "It seems that Qin Etian classmate has won everyone's expectations. Then Qin Etian will be the class monitor. I hope that Qin Etian will be diligent in the future. While serving the class well, you will also play a role model. I'm not running for the position because I think I'm the most suitable candidate." Qin Etian's words were meant for Chen Dehai and the whole class to hear. "I just think I'm better than Zheng Guodong." Zheng Guodong's chest was stabbed again. "I can't be diligent, and I can't be a role model. Even if I become the class monitor, I may still skip class and sleep, and not hand in my homework. You may even suddenly find that I disappear for a few days, and there will be no change from before. Qin Etian, we are willing to elect you as the class monitor. Yes, the last time we learned Rainy Alley, you wore high heels and walked over and over again. Qin Etian, We all know what kind of person you are. Do whatever you want to do, don't feel pressured. Qin Etienne smiled and said, I want to make things clear in advance, lest you feel disappointed in the future. Some responsibilities I may not bear. But if you need me for something, I will not refuse. That's it, everyone said. Qin Etienne nodded and said, Then from today on, I am the class monitor of Class 9. Clatter. Warm applause resounded in the classroom. Chen Dahai had a smile on his face, but he was very angry in his heart. What was there to applaud for? With Qin Etienne standing up to take the lead, the next deputy class monitor position was taken by Tang Cheng. He ran for deputy class monitor because he wanted to follow in Qin Etienne's footsteps. He hoped that the two of them would not only study but also have more contact in work. However, the class representatives for each subject were still the original ones. When Chen Dahai appointed the representatives for each subject, it was based on the results of each subject. For example, Huang Haoren's Chinese was the first in Class 9, so he was the Chinese class representative. Su Ying's mathematics was the first in the class, so she was the mathematics class representative. Chen Dahai originally wanted to remove Huang Haoren's Chinese class representative, but in the end, more than 2/3 of the students supported Huang Haoren to continue to be the Chinese class representative. He wanted to, but he was powerless. For Chen Dahai, this was the biggest failure of the class committee appointment. Because all the positions did not go according to his plan. He lost control of the class. He was very clear about this. After all the class committee appointments, Chen Dahai said a few words of congratulations and encouragement. Because he was in a bad mood, there was still more than 10 minutes left in this class, so he was too lazy to lecture. He assigned some extracurricular exercises to everyone, then walked to Zheng Guodong, who was in a daze in the back row, knocked on his table and said, Classmate Zheng Guodong, come out with me. Outside the classroom, Chen Dahai and Zheng Guodong were speechless. After a long time, Chen Dahai broke the deadlock and said, I didn't expect Qin Etienne to get involved. This girl's influence is too great. I understand. Zheng Guodong said aloud. I know what kind of person Qin Etienne is. If she wants to, no one can stop her. I just think it's strange. Chen Dahai said. Qin Etienne is not interested in this kind of thing. I heard from Teacher Bai that they wanted Qin Etienne to be the class monitor of the first class, but Qin Etienne refused in every way. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic about this kind of thing now that she's in the 9th class? Zheng Guodong's expression was resentful as he said, I thought about it just now. There's only one possibility. What's the reason? For Fang Yan. Zheng Guodong said. Chen Dahai's eyes turned cold as he said, What do you mean? On the first day she came, she confessed to Fang Yan in front of everyone. When Zheng Guodong said this, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Qin Etienne was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school, and also the woman he liked. He used his identity as the son of the school director to try to get close to her, but Qin Etienne didn't look at him at all. His feelings for Qin Etienne were very complicated. He liked her very much, but he also hated her very much. But how could she confess to Fang Yan? Is this true? Why didn't you tell me before? Chen Dahai's eyes widened. If the news was true, he knew it meant a disaster for Fang Yan. It's true. Zheng Guodong glanced at Chen Dahai's expression and said. They were all familiar with each other, so there was no need to hide it. It's just that Qin Etienne is bold. Everyone thought she was joking with Fang Yan. So no one took it seriously. Stupid. Chen Dahai scolded. After scolding, he remembered the unusual identity of the student in front of him, so he smiled flatteringly and said, Guodong, the information you provided is very important. It may be of great use to us. Great use? Zheng Guodong said. What if they say it's a joke? Chen Dahai scanned around vaguely and said fiercely, What if we burn a fire in the back and make it real? It wasn't until Tang Cheng stood up and shouted, Stand up, that the entire class stood up and shouted, Good morning, teacher. That Fang Yan knew that there was a new class committee appointment. The appointment was out of his expectations. The class monitor was actually Qin Etienne. He was furious. This girl listened to music and slept in class. After class, she went to the Sparrow River to take a walk and dig out bird nests. She never brought textbooks into the classroom, not even a pen. She would only borrow a pen and paper from her deskmate, Ho Xiaolong, when there was homework that she was interested in. She would pretend not to hear anything when she was not interested in homework. How did she become the class monitor? However, Huang Haoren was still the language class representative. Fang Yan was still very satisfied with this. Huang Haoren was a student he valued, and she was very cooperative and supportive in the later work. He could ignore other people, but he still had to be satisfied with his own class representative. Qin Etienne's seat was empty. Obviously, she was probably lying by the Sparrow River, sunbathing or doing what she liked in some beautiful place. This school didn't have any control over her. It was fine if the school didn't care, but why didn't her family care either? Fang Yan thought he should visit Qin Etienne's home and have a good talk with her parents. Children shouldn't be spoiled too much. Let's go to class, Fang Yan said. When Fang Yan was telling the students about the article, he heard footsteps coming from outside the classroom. The footsteps weren't heavy, but when a group of people walked in the same rhythm, all the sounds gathered together and resonated, making the sound seem deep and loud. Fang Yan turned around and saw a group of students wearing clothes completely different from Rosefinch Secondary, standing outside the classroom looking in through the window. Fang Yan understood that the delegation from Warren High School had arrived. The school didn't even inform him to welcome them. Lu Chaoge was also standing in the middle of the group of adults in the back row. When she met Fang Yan's eyes, she nodded so softly that it was almost inaudible. A middle-aged woman in a gray uniform stood beside Lu Chaoge. She looked at Fang Yan, who was standing on the podium, and said, "Principal Lu, is the young man standing on the podium a student or a teacher?" "He's a teacher from Rosefinch Secondary," Lu Chaoge answered honestly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, Matsushima Ki's next sentence made her want to go crazy. "He's really young. I'm very curious about how talented such a young teacher is. Principal Lu, can my student and I enter the classroom to listen in?" Oh. If it was possible, Lu Chaoge really wanted to say no to them. Lu Chaoge was very annoyed. She felt that this request from the Warren delegation was very unkind. Chapter 71. Principal Lu, is it difficult? Matsushima Ki asked again when he saw that Lu Chaoge did not agree. She spoke in English, which was not difficult at all for Lu Chaoge, who had studied in the United States. It was not difficult, but it was very difficult. Before the Warren Business Mission Group came, the school was worried that Fang Yan would do something that would affect the school's reputation again. So, the board of directors and the management specially entrusted Lu Chaoge and Fang Yan to discuss how to appease Comrade Fang Yan. Now Fang Yan kept quiet, but the Warren Business Mission Group took the initiative to come to them. Lu Chaoge knew that if she agreed to Matsushima Ki's request, then things would develop in an uncontrollable direction. Even if she was the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary, and thought that she had a good relationship with Fang Yan, if Fang Yan was determined to do something, then she could not stop him. She could not say no, because the more she refused, the more curious Matsushima Ki and the students would be. Moreover, the two schools were friendly. When the teachers of Rosefinch Secondary led a team to Warren, Warren did their best and did not hide anything. If Rosefinch Secondary hid anything, it would affect the relationship between the two schools. They would ask, "What are you afraid of?" "No problem." Lu Chaoge smiled and agreed. "Of course, I need to communicate with Mr. Fang Yan." Matsushima Ki smiled and said, "That's what I should do." She said to the teachers and students who came with the group in Japanese, "Dear teachers and students, I propose to audit a language class. Do you have any objections?" "No." The students of Warren High School answered with a smile. Their voices were very uniform and soft. They would not disturb the students of Class 9 and the surrounding classes. Lu Chaoge stood at the door of the classroom and said, "Mr. Fang Yan, I have something to discuss with you." Fang Yan walked to Lu Chaoge and said, "Principal Lu, what's the matter?" "The people behind me are the teachers and students of Warren High School. They are very interested in you and want to listen to your class," Lu Chaoge said. "Are you interested in me?" Fang Yan laughed. "Principal Lu must be very worried, right?" Fang Yan. Lu Chaoge was exasperated. I listened to you guys and stayed quiet. I didn't do anything. Fang Yan was ordered to stay quiet by the school, so he was holding back his anger. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Although his sarcasm would only make Lu Chaoga and the others feel a little uncomfortable. But thinking of their discomfort, Fang Yan felt much better. After all, Lu Chaoga represented Rosefinch Secondary before and now. Now they're taking the initiative to look for trouble. They're not looking for trouble, they're just listening. Lu Chaoga ignored Fang Yan's poisonous tongue and said aloud, I understand. Fang Yan nodded. But if something happens, I won't be responsible. What will happen? I'm so handsome. What if their teachers or students confess to me? You're thinking too much. Lu Chaoga didn't want to talk to Fang Yan anymore. Matsushima Qi and the others were still waiting for them. Although Matsushima Qi didn't speak the Wuxia language well, there were many translators in the delegation who were proficient in the Wuxia language. Because of the long-term exchange between the two schools, some students were also very familiar with the Wuxia language. If they heard the conversation between the two, it would be such a shameful thing. It's decided. Make the arrangements. Lu Chaoga turned around and walked to Matsushima Qi. She said, Mr. Fang Yan said that he welcomes the delegation from Warren to come and listen. Thank you. Matsushima Qi said. She then walked in front of Fang Yan and said in a non-standard Wuxia language, Thank you, Mr. Fang. You're a guest from afar. Fang Yan smiled. He made an inviting gesture and said, Please come in. There were 20 students in the delegation from Warren. Including Matsushima Qi and the other 4 teachers, there were a total of 25 people. Since Matsushima Qi was the vice principal of Warren Senior High School, according to the principle of reciprocity, the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary, Lu Chaoga was in charge of all the reception work. There were more than 30 people in the classroom all of a sudden, so the tables and chairs were definitely not enough. Fang Yan thought about it and said, Male students, can you give up your chairs and let the ladies use them? There's no need. Matsushima Qi heard Fang Yan's words clearly and stopped him. He said, We're just here to listen. We can't disturb the students in class. We can just stand at the back. Fang Yan smiled and said, You have your ideas, and we have our ways. Wuxia is a country of etiquette that has been around for thousands of years. Wuxia men are also brave and generous gentlemen. How can we sit and let our guests from afar stand? The boys immediately responded. They pulled out their chairs and gave them to the ladies from the delegation from Warren and Rosefinch Secondary. Matsushima Qi couldn't help but look at Fang Yan in a higher light. He thought to himself, regardless of whether this young teacher is talented or not, he's very good at dealing with people. Due to historical reasons, the citizens of Wuxia and Japan had always been conflicted. Fang Yan asked the students to give up their seats because they were guests from afar. In addition, he especially pointed out that all Chinese men were brave and generous gentlemen, and he put bravery in front of generosity. The subtext was that when we should beat you up, we will still beat you up, but when we pay attention to etiquette, we will not be looked down upon. These guests from Japan were very self-disciplined. The girls who got their seats automatically walked toward the aisles and lined up one by one. The boys who didn't have chairs stood side by the wall according to their height. They didn't say a word and had a proper attitude, as if they had undergone special training. After everyone settled down, Fang Yan continued his lecture. He said, There's a saying that goes, The beauty of knowledge lies in confusing people. The beauty of poetry lies in inciting men and women to have an affair. This is a joke, but it can also be a fact. Why is it said that poetry can incite men and women to have an affair? It's because it's subtle and obscure, and it makes people's hearts skip a beat. It can shock the spirit and soul, and it blends in with the vicissitudes of society. Fang Yan looked at the students in the audience and said with a smile, At your age, have you ever been moved by a love poem? Conquered by a poem? Have you ever thought of writing a love poem for the person you like? I don't need you to answer this question. I know there will be. The students in the audience laughed out loud. At their best age, meeting the most beautiful you. How could they be willing to be mediocre and refuse to confess? They fantasized about love. seeing it as the most important possession in life. They were willing to do all kinds of crazy things for their other half. Fighting with their love rivals in the bar, riding motorcycles on the road until late at night, sitting in the park on a winter night, not willing to part even if it was freezing, saving half a year's worth of pocket money, just to buy the birthday gift that the other person liked. Holding hands and walking through street after street without buying anything. They might find it a little stupid when they were adults, but now when they thought of these things, they felt sweet to their bones. Youth was like poetry and they used their youth to write poems. Since ancient times, our predecessors have left us a rich treasure trove of poems. Fang Yan scanned the audience and recited with a voice full of emotion. Tearful eyes ask flowers, flowers do not speak, chaotic red flies over the swing. Tender like water, a good night is like a dream, enduring the road back to the Magpie Bridge. If love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? I live at the head of the Yangtze River, you live at the tail, thinking of you every day but not seeing you, drinking the water of the Yangtze River together. It's vivid, thousands of years later, as if there's still a beautiful scene before us. Fang Yan looked at the students in the audience with a smile and said, "What's your favorite poem? Or which one?" 10 years of life and death, not thinking, naturally unforgettable. A student answered. Searching for him in the crowd for thousands of times, suddenly looking back, that person is there, in the dimly lit place, another person answered. Flowers drift and water flow, a kind of lovesickness, two kinds of idle worries. Every student had the most beautiful poem in their heart, so everyone answered very enthusiastically. Qin Etienne skipped class and was not around. More than 30 of the 40 students in class 9 answered this question. Matsushima Ki saw this and nodded to himself, thinking that the teacher's lecture was not boring and could stimulate the students to participate. This young teacher did a good job. Some of the students understood the Wuxia language and could directly feel the beauty of the poems that Fang Yan spoke. There were also some students who did not speak the Wuxia language well, so they could only rely on translators to help. Of course, although the translators knew how to translate the language, they were limited by their level of education or did not have a deep understanding of the poem, so the effect of translating into Japanese was naturally greatly reduced. When the class was about to end, Fang Yan allowed the students to ask questions freely. A middle-aged man with sparse hair stepped forward and spoke in fluent Wuxia language. "Teacher, hello. I am Saburo Fujino, a national studies teacher at Warren University. Just now, when I heard the beauty of your poems, my heart was greatly shaken. Wuxia culture has a long history. Poems from the Tang and Song dynasties can be heard in any corner of the world. What I don't understand is, the Wuxia people have so many years of culture and history, and have produced so many outstanding sages. Why is there such a strange saying now?" "What is it?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. "The troublemaker is here?" With this thought in mind, he subconsciously glanced at Lu Chaoga, who was sitting in the back row. The culture of the Tang dynasty is in Japan, the culture of the Ming dynasty is in South Korea, and the culture of the Republic of China is in Taiwan, Saburo Fujino said with a smile as he adjusted his glasses. Why is there such a saying? Could it be that the people of Wuxia are unwilling to inherit the excellent culture left behind by their ancestors? Chapter 72. There is a saying among the people. If you want to learn about the Tang culture, you can go to Japan. If you want to learn about the Song culture, you can go to Korea. If you want to learn about the Yuan culture, you can go to Mongolia. If you want to learn about the Ming culture, you can go to Myanmar. If you want to learn about the Qing culture, you can go to Hong Kong. If you want to learn about the Republic culture, you can go to Taiwan. The meaning is that the essence of the Tang culture was inherited by Japan, the essence of the Song culture was inherited by Korea, and the essence of the Republic culture was inherited by Taiwan. So what did the people of Wuxia inherit? When it comes to foreign cultures, we must take the essence and discard the dregs. However, when it comes to the cultural heritage of their own country, some people do the opposite, taking the dregs and discarding the essence. It is precisely because some people have forgotten their roots that the people of Wuxia are often looked down upon and ridiculed by foreigners. Saburo Fujino is an expert in the field of Wuxia culture. Naturally, he agreed with this saying. Thus, he raised this question to Fang Yan in front of everyone. He had the intention of making a fool out of Fang Yan. You are a teacher of language, or rather national studies. Your poems are so beautiful and your knowledge is so rich. So why is there such a saying? The essence of Wuxia culture can only be appreciated in other countries. Isn't this a great irony? I have also heard of this saying. Fang Yan said calmly, there are some things that are useless to deny. It will only show that the person is shallow and stupid. Since Mr. Fujino is a researcher in the field of Wuxia culture, you must have heard of this saying. Wherever there is well water, there is Wuxia. Yes, I know the origin of this saying. Saburo Fujino smiled and nodded. This is a description of a poet from Wuxia called Lu Sanbian. His works are widely spread. Wherever there is well water, you can hear Wuxia being sung. I have to say, the ancient culture of Wuxia is indeed profound and makes people yearn for it. Saburo Fujino's words had a hidden meaning. He only said that the ancient culture of Wuxia is profound and makes people yearn for it. However, what kind of culture does the current Wuxia have that makes people yearn for it? Fang Yan naturally understood the deeper meaning behind his words. He smiled and continued, Mr. Fujino has heard of the saying, wherever there is water, there will be willows. Do you know that there is another saying behind this saying? Saburo Fujino knew that Fang Yan would refute his point of view. But Fang Yan did not make it clear. He could only shake his head and say, I don't know for the time being. Wherever there is human habitation, there is Wuxia civilization. The culture of the Tang dynasty was in Japan, while the culture of the Ming dynasty was in South Korea. This just happened to show that the Wuxia culture was well passed down, and the whole world was learning and recognizing it. The culture of Wuxia belongs to the country as well as the world. This is the pride of our Wuxia people. Is that so? Fujino did not expect Fang Yan to be so shameless as to misinterpret his argument. Secretly angry, he said, as far as I know, the understanding of this sentence is completely opposite to teacher Fang Yan's explanation. As a researcher and inheritor of culture, we should be modest and cautious, seeking truth from facts. Saburo Fujino swept his gaze across the room and said, Teacher Fang Yan, lying in front of your own students is not a good habit. You are a teacher. If you lie, your students will be negatively affected. It is not just me. All of us here know that the true meaning of that sentence is that it is regretful that the people of Wuxia are unable to protect and pass down their excellent culture. Yes, teacher Fang Yan's words earlier are very good. It belongs to the country as well as the world. We admire the culture of Wuxia. You people discard the dregs, but we are willing to preserve it perfectly, passing it down from generation to generation, polishing our muscles and bones, enriching our knowledge, and improving the quality of the entire nation. Saburo Fujino smiled as he looked at Fang Yan. At the same time, he looked at the many Rosefinch students present and said, There is an old man in Wuxia who once said, People today have their faults and do not like the rules of others. It is like concealing one's illness and avoiding treatment. It is better to destroy one's body than to realize it. Why concealing one's illness and avoiding treatment? Frankly admit one's shortcomings and correct them while they can still be saved. Starting from today, isn't this a better way to solve the problem? It is not that we are unwilling to admit it. It is just that we have no way to admit it, Fang Yan said with a smile. Mr. Fujino Saburo, you keep putting labels on us and telling us that what you say is the truth. However, is the situation really as Mr. Fujino Saburo said? I have doubts in my heart, and so do my students. Why do people think that the essence of the Tang dynasty's culture was inherited by the Japanese, and the essence of the Song dynasty's culture was inherited by South Korea? Fang Yan's expression was gentle, and his voice was calm. There was a faint smile on his face as he said, Since Saburo Fujino is an expert in Wuxia, then you must have heard of such a fairy tale, right? In an abandoned well, there lived a frog. One day, the frog met a large turtle from the East China Sea by the well. The frog proudly boasted to the turtle, Look, I am living here comfortably. If I was in a good mood, I would jump and play in the well, and when I was tired, I would rest in the cave on the wall of the well. Sometimes a comfortable dip in the water, sometimes a pleasant walk in the mud. Look at those little worms, crabs, and tadpoles. Which of them can compare to me? How free I am to occupy this abandoned well all by myself. Why don't you go down the well and have a look around? The sea turtle didn't take the frog's invitation seriously and said, "Have you ever seen the sea?" The vastness of the sea was more than 1,000 miles. The depth of the sea was more than 10,000 feet. The well could dry up, but the sea never had an end. I prefer to live in the sea, because that is the real world. You sit in the well all day. How can you know the vastness of the world? After Fang Yan finished his story, the classroom became lively. The students of Class 9 were naturally excited and overjoyed. When they heard Saburo Fujino attacking Wuxia's cultural heritage, they became unhappy. However, they could not stand out and object. This was because the Wuren delegation was a guest from afar. If they were too agitated, the school might punish them. However, Fang Yan was not afraid of the school's punishment. He also ignored the fact that the leaders of Rosefinch Secondary were right in front of him. He said what needed to be said and fought for what needed to be fought for. He wasn't cowardly, he didn't run away, he had a point of view, a story, and his words were sharp, making people feel comfortable. Who would be willing to be slapped in the face on their own turf? Mr. Fang is really flattering. Mr. Fang's story was well told, it was wonderful. That's right. How can a frog in a well know the vastness of the sea? Unlike the students, the leaders and teachers of Vermilion Bird High School looked a little unfriendly. Jia Sighting, the leader of the language team, whispered to the teacher beside him. "You don't know when to back off. How can you speak to a guest like that? I'm afraid things are going to get worse." That's right. If the guest gets angry and cancels the fellowship with Rosefinch Secondary, it will be a big loss of face. "Principal Lu, you have to stand up and say something." Lu Chaoga sat beside Matsushima Ki, expressionless and silent. If the students of Rosefinch Secondary reacted with joy, and the teachers of Rosefinch panicked, then the representatives of Wuren delegation reacted with anger. Those who were familiar with the culture of Wuxia or could understand the language of Wuxia turned gloomy when they heard Fang Yan's story. This was a story of looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. In Fang Yan's words, they were the frogs sitting leisurely in the well. How could they accept such a verbal attack? After listening to the translation, some members of the delegation who did not understand the language of Wuxia looked at Fang Yan with hostility. This was a disgrace and an insult. Saburo Fujino's face turned extremely ugly and he said, "This is a very unfriendly act. If Rosefinch Secondary cannot give us an explanation, then we will immediately end our visit and sever all cooperation with Rosefinch Secondary. Also, we will ask for justice from Wuxia through the Japanese embassy." The classroom was noisy and the atmosphere was clearly divided into three opposing emotions. When Fang Yan was telling the story, he already knew the reactions of the various parties. He smiled and waved his hand saying, "Mr. Fujino, please do not be agitated. I was just telling a fairy tale. I did not say that you are the frogs at the bottom of the well. Please do not make such unnecessary associations. If you insist on putting yourself in this role, it will affect the friendship between the two schools. Then tell me, who is the frog at the bottom of the well?" Saburo Fujino asked in an evil tone. He thought to himself, if you care about the friendship between the two schools, you would not tell such an insulting fairy tale. "The frog at the bottom of the well is the frog at the bottom of the well." Fang Yan replied with a serious expression. "Mr. Fujino, why do you insist on chasing after this boring question? What we should focus on is who is the abandoned well, and who is the sea. Then I would like to ask, who is the abandoned well and who is the sea?" "Wuxia culture is naturally the sea," Fang Yan said. Saburo Fujino's chest felt stuffy, and he felt as though he would faint on the spot. If Wuxia culture is the sea, then the Japanese culture is the abandoned well. The Japanese culture is the abandoned well. Isn't that the frog at the bottom of the well? Going around in a big circle just to insult them once more? Whether it is the Japanese, South Korea or some other civilized countries, the culture they inherit is just a tributary of the sea, Fang Yan said. Without accumulating small streams, there is no way to become a sea. The reason why a sea can be called a sea is because it has many tributaries and a vast body of water. Mr. Fujino will not object to my words, right? Is that really the case? Saburo Fujino's face was filled with ridicule. Blindly hiding will only prove that you have a guilty conscience. If a tributary is wider than the sea, then a tributary is still a tributary? The sea is still the sea? Regarding this question, you can turn a blind eye to it. However, you cannot stop the mouths of others and the eyes of the world. Fang Yan smiled and said, Then what proof do you have to prove that a tributary is wider than the sea? Won't we know by comparing? Saburo Fujino sneered. Chapter 73. Rosefinch Secondary and Warren Senior High School were on friendly terms. Every year, they would send out representatives for a learning exchange. During the learning exchange, the students from both schools would also compete in small-scale competitions. For example, a speech competition, a quiz contest, sprinting and other physical fitness competitions. Thus, when Saburo Fujino proposed a competition, no one present was surprised. It was supposed to be a competition, just that someone had brought it forward. The problem was, if Fang Yan were to accept the challenge, would his class represent Rosefinch Secondary? Would Rosefinch Secondary be willing to be represented by Fang Yan's Class 9? In the past, it would be the top class that would send their students to participate in the reception. Compete in what? How? Fang Yan asked. Let's compete in tea ceremony, calligraphy and fencing, Saburo Fujino said confidently. If we lose, then I will take back what I said earlier and apologize to you in front of everyone. All right. Then it is decided, Fang Yan said. When will it begin? No rush, Saburo Fujino sneered. This kid was too cunning. He had only mentioned how they would apologize if they lost, but not how they would be punished if they lost. If your side loses, then what? It is impossible for my side to lose, Fang Yan said, waving his hand. He felt that this was an impossible matter and not worth wasting time discussing. What if we lose? Saburo Fujino was once again filled with anger. Fang Yan was like an inflatable balloon. With just a few words and a few puffs, he was able to fill up this big balloon. Fang Yan thought about it and said, If my side loses, I will also apologize to you and admit that what you said about Tang Dynasty culture in East Asia is correct. It's a deal, Saburo said. Fang Yan rolled up his sleeves and asked, When will the competition begin? Should we compete in tea ceremony, calligraphy, or fencing? How about we start with fencing? Everyone likes to watch a good show. Let's have a good show first. Saburo Fujino saw that Fang Yan was about to fight and said, Teacher Fang Yan, what are you doing? It's not a competition between you and me. It's a competition between my students and your students. Whether the Wuxia culture can be passed on or not is not up to us teachers to decide. It's up to the future of these countries. Saburo Fujino pointed to the students from the two countries in the class and said, They are the witnesses and beneficiaries. Whether or not the Wuxia culture has been inherited, teacher is the most qualified to speak. If a teacher's ability was mediocre, how could he have the qualifications to impart knowledge to his students? You are a teacher, and so am I. Why don't we just compete? Simple and direct. Fang Yan thought that if this kid agreed to spar with him, he would break his limbs first. Let's see how he could compete in tea ceremony and calligraphy. If you want to compete, then you and I will add another round. However, that will be after the competition between these students, Saburo Fujino said. He knew that Wuxia was someone who cared a lot about face. Thus, he would not be able to withstand being goaded. He sneered and said, Teacher Fang Yan, do you not have confidence in your students? Fang Yan looked at the students below the stage and asked, Do you have confidence? Yes. The students of Class 9 roared. Their emotions were stirred up, and their faces were filled with excitement. You see, Fang Yan smiled. They are full of confidence, and so am I. Since Mr. Fujino has challenged us again and again, then we can only accept the challenge. Truth be told, I really do not want to do this. Why? I have to bear the risk. If I lose, some people in the school will say that I, Fang Yan, am incompetent and want to kick me out. If I win, Those who say that I am incompetent will think that I am destroying the relationship between the two schools and want to kick me out. Tell me, is it better for me to win or lose? Li Ziqiang, Jia Siding and the others felt a burning pain on their faces. They had already made up their minds. They would use this incident to find an excuse to kick this kid out. They did not expect that Fang Yan would not defeat his opponent. Instead, he would attack their faces from both sides. What do we Wuxia people care about? Peace is the most important. If my students win against your students, you will definitely be in a bad mood. You can't win in a competition. You can't win in a fight. You can't win in a fight. Come in a happy mood and leave in a sad mood. If you go back, others will think that we have done something to you. The winner has not been decided yet. I believe in my students, Saburo Fujino said. He thought to himself, why does this kid keep thinking about competing with me? Could it be that he is so knowledgeable that he has extraordinary talent? At that moment, the bell for the end of class rang. Even though the Japanese students were dissatisfied with Fang Yan, they still stood up politely and bowed in unison. You have worked hard. The Wu Ren inspection team lined up and left the classroom in an orderly manner. Matsushima Ki looked at Fang Yan with a thoughtful expression. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chaoga's face did not show any expression. No one could tell what her true attitude was. After all the outsiders had left, there were only the students of Class 9 left in the classroom. Fang Yan walked over and closed the classroom door. It was noisy outside the classroom, but inside the classroom, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The smile on Fang Yan's face gradually faded. He looked at the 40 students in the class with a serious expression and said, "What do you want to say?" Mr. Fang's rebuttal is good. It's a good rebuttal. Mr. Fang, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Will the sea be afraid of a small river? Just swallow them up. Fang Yan did not laugh. He looked at the students below the stage with a gentle gaze and said, in front of the aliens, no matter what, I will not admit that what they said is right. They want to slap our faces, but should we also slap our own faces? I can't do that. Now that the door is closed, we are all on the same side. Let's seriously think about it and reflect on it. Why did such a saying spread? The culture of the Tang dynasty is in Japan, and the culture of the Song dynasty is in South Korea. Is it true that in some aspects, they are really better than us? Do we really do our best? Do we really have a clear conscience? Times are developing, technology is advancing, we have gained a lot, we are becoming stronger and stronger. But aren't there a lot of precious things that we've thrown away? What does our country, Wuxia, have? We have agricultural culture. We have the 100 schools of thought. We have high mountain flowing water. Guangling Chu. We have calligraphy, painting, tai chi, and 8 trigrams. We have the 12 zodiac signs. We have the Book of Songs, the Songs of Chu, and the Art of War. We have traditional festivals. We have Kunku, Hunan Opera, Beijing Opera, Shadow Play, and Huangmei Opera. We have the Great Wall, gardens, and clock towers. We have traditional Chinese medicine. We have yin and yang. We have the 5 elements. We have paper-cut kites, clay figurines, embroidery. We have the 4 great inventions, cooking utensils, clothes, and clothes. You can't imagine how rich we are. But are we proud of it? Fang Yan looked at the students below the stage and said, what I don't understand is, why do those people who have learned a little dare to come to our territory and provoke us? Are we too friendly? Or are we really easy to bully? What makes them think that we have really lost all the essence of culture? The students were silent, thinking about every word that Fang Yan said. Yes, what makes those Japanese think that they are the true inheritors of the Tang culture? Are they really as excellent as they say? Or is it that there is a gap in our inheritance of the Tang culture, so we have become a joke in the eyes of others? What did I inherit? Drinking American Coke, watching Japanese anime, playing Blizzard games, singing Korean songs, driving German cars. How many Tang and Song poems have I memorized? Who is Lao Zhuang's thought? Where is his thought? How many pages of the 4 classics have you read? How many rounds of chess and Go can you play? We think that steak and Western food are high-end food. Are the 8 classics and thousands of variations not the essence of food? Are the Japanese wrong? Or are we wrong? If the Japanese win, They will win face. If we lose, we'll lose everything. Fang Yan stood on the podium and bowed deeply to the students below the stage. Please everyone, please step on them. Lu Chaoga did not speak and neither did Fang Yan. Lu Chaoga was writing a manuscript. Her white fingers held a black pen, and beautiful small words jumped on the paper like newborn silkworm chrysalis, which was pleasing to the eye. What was more beautiful was the person. Lu Chaoga was really a rare beauty. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her figure was full, and her facial features were exquisite and flawless. She was wearing a black slim-fit uniform with a light yellow collared shirt. 2 buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, revealing a snow-white neck. The most attractive thing was her cold and arrogant temperament, as if nothing mattered to her. She was a goddess in the sky, and you were a speck of dust on the ground. In terms of youth, Jiang Qin was number 1. In terms of aura, Qin Etian was invincible. In terms of charm, Lu Chaoga was no match. In terms of barbaric violence, Yi Gentle was a lonely loser, far ahead of others. Fang Yan rarely saw Lu Chaoga in casual clothes. Of course, she looked good in professional clothes. Pa. Lu Chaoga finally capped the pen, then picked up the tea in front of her and drank it. Fang Yan also raised his teacup and took a sip of tea, as if the two of them were going to drink it all in one go. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan with sharp eyes and said, I have convinced the board of directors and the school leaders to agree that you will lead the 9th class to represent Rosefinch Secondary to accept the challenge of the Warren investigation team. I have no choice but to agree. Fang Yan smiled. I am the one they are looking for. If you lose, I will make you leave. If you win, I will promise you one thing, Lu Chaoga said. What is it? Fang Yan asked happily. I don't have to return the money I borrowed from you. Chapter 74. Lu Chaoga did not laugh. She looked at Fang Yan with a serious expression and said, Do you know what this competition means? I do. Fang Yan nodded. He knew what Lu Chaoga was worried about. He also knew that she must have taken responsibility in front of the board of directors, or the school leaders, in order to speak up for him. This is a fight for face and also a fight for substance. To put it more broadly, this is a fight for national pride. With national pride, the people could stand up proudly. If the country could not stand up, the words of the people were equivalent to farts. In the past, the exchange competition with Warren Secondary School had been handled by the first class of the top class. This time, this heavy responsibility was suddenly handed over to the 9th class. How could the teachers and students of the first class be satisfied? How could the school leaders and teachers be at ease? Lu Chaoga must have done a lot of work in order to calm the worries of the leaders and the resistance of the first class. In class, Fang Yan told the story of looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He compared the Warren delegation to the frogs in the bottom of a well. Although he did not say it very clearly, everyone was well aware of this kind of thing. According to the rules of friendship between the two parties, what Fang Yan said was actually out of line. It was suspected of damaging the relationship between the two schools. However, from the beginning to the end, Lu Chaoga did not show any anger. Even when Jia Sighting and the others encouraged Lu Chaoga to stand up and scold Fang Yan, she still remained silent. Fang Yan was only a teacher in the school. He could speak eloquently and engage in a war of words. However, Lu Chaoga could not. She was the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary. She was the main person in charge of Rosefinch Secondary's contact with the Warren delegation. If there was an honor, she could take credit. If there was a problem, she would also have to bear the responsibility. She was willing to tolerate Fang Yan, and was willing to fight for such an opportunity for him. This was not only because she was Fang Yan's leader, nor was it because she had a good relationship with Fang Yan. It was because no one from Wuxia could retreat when faced with such provocation. Absolutely not. After listening to Fang Yan's answer, Lu Chaoga finally felt relieved. Previously, he was worried that Fang Yan would not take the competition seriously because of his cheeky smile. Now that she heard him say this, she knew that he had a clear understanding of this matter. In fact, his understanding was even deeper than his own. It's good that you can think that way, Lu Chaoga said. The match is tomorrow morning. The first was tea ceremony, the second was calligraphy, and the third was fencing. Who are you going to send out for the next 3 matches? Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, Our class is full of talents. Any one of us can beat them down. Be more serious. To be honest, I already have candidates for calligraphy and fencing. But regarding the tea ceremony, I have to go back and do some research, Fang Yan said. After all, I've never had tea with a student before. If I really can't find anyone, can I borrow one from another class? Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and thought, if you haven't had tea with a student before, have you fought with a student before? It was quite possible that he had struck despicable before. I have a candidate, Lu Chaoga said. Who? Qin Tian. Qin Tian. Fang Yan was stunned. Is this woman really the omnipotent Ultraman? Is there anything she doesn't know? It's the candidate recommended by Principal Zhang, Lu Chaoga said. Lu Chaoga had never had tea with Qin Tian, and the two had never even had direct contact. However, after the meeting, Principal Zhang Xiaofeng specially made a phone call to recommend a candidate for the tea ceremony. Lu Chaoga kept it in mind. She believed that Principal Zhang Xiaofeng wouldn't play any tricks on this kind of thing. After all, if they lost the competition, Lu Chaoga's face would be damaged, and Principal Zhang Xiaofeng would be the most shameful person. After all, he was the principal of Rosefinch Secondary. Principal Zhang. Fang Yan thoughtfully looked at Lu Chaoga. Principal Zhang sent Qin Etian to the 9th class, and they have a good relationship. Could Qin Etian be Principal Zhang's daughter? Adopted daughter? Lu Chaoga's face slightly changed and she said, Don't make wild guesses about the leader's family affairs. Haha, just kidding. Fang Yan laughed and said, I know Principal Lu is busy, so I won't bother you. I'll talk to Qin Etian and see if she can spare some time to come to class tomorrow. It's really pitiful for a teacher to be like me. You must win, Lu Chaoga said very firmly. Don't worry, it's hard to lose. Fang Yan indifferently waved his hand and said. He walked to the door, then turned to look at Lu Chaoga and said, If you win, will you really promise me one thing? Yes, Lu Chaoga said. After thinking for a while, she added worriedly, As long as it's within my ability. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me, Fang Yan said. Just now when I said that you don't have to pay back the money you owe, it was a joke. Don't take it to heart. I understand. Lu Chaoga nodded. If you are really willing to promise me one thing, then lend me another sum of money. I'm a little short of money now, and life is very stressful. Get out. Lu Chaoga threw the pen holder on the table at him. Qingfeng Tea House. The owner of the tea house was called Duan Yujun. He opened the tea house in front of the school, because it was a busy main road with more people. Another reason was to attract the business of the teachers and parents of the students. If the teachers wanted to talk to their friends about something, wouldn't they come to his tea house for a cup of tea? When the parents of the students came to pick up their children, wouldn't they come to his tea house when they were bored? However, what Duan Yujun couldn't understand was why there was a large group of students all of a sudden today. Not only were there students in Rosefinch Secondary's uniform, but there were also Japanese students speaking Japanese. Since he couldn't understand, he didn't want to think about it. He ordered the waiters to welcome the guests warmly and try to satisfy the various requests of the guests. He had to make these students feel at home. The reason why he came to Qingfeng Tea House was because he had his own difficulties. There was a conference room in the school, but there was no corresponding tea set. There were tea sets in the headmaster's office and the vice headmaster's office, but they were not complete. Also, the space was too small to accommodate so many people at once. Therefore, Fang Yan suggested to hold the competition at Qingfeng Tea House in front of the school. He often drank tea here with Huang Haoren's father, Huang Wenxiang, so he knew that Qingfeng Tea House's environment was good. Also, there were often people competing tea here, and all kinds of tea sets and utensils were available. Since it was a competition, they needed to set the judges first. Otherwise, they would argue that it was good for them and argue that it was fragrant for them. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would end up fighting. Lu Chaoga and Nori Matsushima discussed for a while and decided that both of them would be the judges. The other judge would be Duan Yujun, the owner of Qingfeng Tea House. Lu Chaoga went to talk to Duan Yujun, and Duan Yujun naturally agreed. The reason why he opened a tea house here was because he was a tea lover. Not only did he drink tea, but he also often accepted tea challenges from others. He could be considered a famous tea master in Huaqing. Duan Yujun understood the reason and knew that the students of Rosefinch Secondary were going to have a tea ceremony competition with the Japanese students here. He immediately got someone to open up a private room in Qingfeng Pavilion, which was usually not open to the public. This private room was huge and could accommodate dozens of people at the same time. It was a high-class tea house that he used to compete tea with others and train his staff. Some of the people were sitting, while others were standing apart from each other. It didn't make people feel crowded. Everything was ready and waiting for the contestants to enter. Fang Yan sat behind Lu Chaoga, and Li Ziqiang sat next to Fang Yan. Li Ziqiang looked straight ahead but said to Fang Yan, "Fang Yan, I don't like you. I can't like you either." Fang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ziqiang to say this to him at this time. It was so honest, so straightforward. He really wanted to touch his face and see if he was wearing a mask. Could it be that the guy sitting next to him was the arrogant director Li who didn't even want to look him in the eye? Of course, he didn't look at Fang Yan in the eye. He didn't even look at him in the eye. Fang Yan felt uncomfortable, but he still said with a smile, "It sounds very regrettable, but it's fair. I don't like Director Li either. Young people should know how to be humble and low-key. Who hasn't been young? Who didn't get through it when they were young? Why are you different from others? Why do you want to amaze the world with one brilliant feat after you come?" Li Ziqiang continued to reprimand. "Besides, you offended Director Zheng, and I owe Director Zheng a favor. It's even more impossible for me to like you." Yes, that's how it should be." Fang Yan nodded. Director Li said it very well. "If you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can say it directly. Even if I won't change a word, at least you will feel better, right?" Director Li continue. "Continue. I'm listening." Fang Yan said enthusiastically. "Release it well. Don't suffocate yourself too much." "I have nothing to say to you," Li Ziqiang said angrily. "Even if I don't like you 100 times, but today, I still want you to win. You have to win too." Oh. This time, it was Fang Yan's turn to be speechless. As if it was the first time he met Li Ziqiang, he looked at him in surprise and didn't speak for a long time. Was this still the Li Ziqiang he knew? Was this still the Director Li who wanted to kick him out of the school? Why? Is it strange? Li Ziqiang sneered. What kind of expression and attitude did Fang Yan have? "Today we are all Wuxia people." Director Li means, after today you won't play with me tomorrow, right? Chapter 75. Tea fighting was also known as tea fighting, or tea fighting. It was an elegant game for the rich and idle people in ancient times. After the new tea was produced every spring, the tea farmers and customers would compare the quality of the new tea. The outcome of a tea fighting competition was like the outcome of a football match today. It was widely watched by the public. From the emperor to the commoners, everyone was keen to participate. Even if there was a tea fight, there must be tea first. According to the rules of a tea fight, both sides would usually bring good tea to the battle. The tea with good quality would naturally have a big advantage in judging the outcome. However, according to this rule, it was obviously unfair to the Wuren inspection team. They came all the way from East Asia, so how could they happen to bring good tea suitable for the tea fight? Lu Chaoga and Matsushima Nori discussed and decided to use the same tea leaves and buy tea on the spot at Qingfeng Tea House. In this way, neither the Vermilion Bird nor the Wu Ren investigation team would be able to take advantage of the tea leaves. Both sides could only compete based on their tea ordering skills and control of the heat. Duan Yujun attached great importance to this tea fight, so he took the initiative to say to Lu Chaoga, "Why don't we have a pu'er tea? I still have half a pancake of old tree tea in my collection. Originally, I was going to use it to fight the Lingnan Tea King. It just so happens that I found a tale of good quality Dahong Pao tea in the past few days, so I decided to donate this half a pancake of pu'er tea to support the education of our Vermilion Bird Middle School. After all, we are neighbors." Lu Chaoga liked drinking tea. She did not know much about tea, but she knew that a pancake of high-quality pu, or tea could be sold for a sky-high price. It was rare for Duan Yujun to donate his collection now. Thank you, Mr. Duan, Lu Chaoga said gratefully. The tea fight in your tea house has already disturbed me a lot, and now I'm wasting your collection. I feel really bad. Duan Yujun smiled and said, I've been drinking tea and competing with people all my life. Today is the happiest day. Why? Because our tea ceremony and tea skills have successors. Duan Yujun lowered his voice and said softly, Besides, I have my own selfish motives. If I use my tea leaves to suppress those little East Asians, I will also be proud, right? I can brag about it to my fellow tea drinkers, and it will give me a lot of face. We'll try our best, Lu Chaoga said. She told Matsushima about Duan Yojuan's willingness to donate tea leaves, and Matsushima smiled and bowed to Duan Yujun to thank him. Duan Yujun chuckled and waved his hand, looking very embarrassed. He was indeed embarrassed. Duan Yujun was determined to defeat the East Asians, but Matsushima Takeshi thanked him with a straight face. Duan Yujun was a simple and honest man, and he wouldn't do such a two-faced thing. Therefore, he refused to accept the apology and only wanted Rosefinch to win the tea. The venue, the judges, and the tea leaves had all been arranged. All that was left was for the contestants from both sides to take the stage. Matsushima turned around and spoke to Saburo Fujino, who was standing behind him. Let Chiba Keiru come up. I will make the arrangements. Fujino Saburo replied and quickly ran down the stairs of the tea house. A black Toyota van was parked in front of the tea house. Saburo Fujino ran over and knocked on the van's window. The van's door opened. A cute doll's head appeared and she asked, Teacher Fujino, is everything ready? Everything is ready, Saburo Fujino said with a smile. Where is Keiru? You can go upstairs now. All right, a female voice replied from inside the van. Saburo Fujino reached out with his hand, and a fair and small hand grabbed his arm. Then the hand carefully came out. The girl was very beautiful. When she smiled, she looked just like a young Sakai Noriko. She had a slim figure and a clean temperament. She wore a kimono embroidered with cherry blossoms and wooden clogs. It was a standard East Asian style attire. The doll followed suit and got out of the van. The Toyota van remained at the same spot and did not leave. They had borrowed this van from an East Asian company in order to transport the contestants for this afternoon's tea competition. The art of tea was extensive and profound. The preparatory work was even more tedious and complicated. Chiba Keiru was a descendant of an East Asian tea ceremony family. She had a deep understanding of the art of tea. Due to her beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament, she was an influential figure in Warren High School. She was the campus belle of Warren and a goddess in the hearts of countless male students. It was also because of her existence that Saburo Fujino had specifically proposed a tea ceremony competition when he was provoking Fang Yan. From the very beginning, Saburo Fujino had set up an ambush for his side to win this battle. Autumn in Huaqing was still hot. If Chiba Keiru had been allowed to follow them around in her kimono, she would have been soaked in sweat before she could even brew the tea. For a tea ceremony performer, that was a fatal injury. The Toyota van was spacious and would not give off a feeling of suffocation. The air conditioner was turned on, and the temperature was just right. It would not give Chiba Keiru a feeling of stuffiness. More importantly, the van contained aromatherapy essential oil that they had specially prepared. It was placed in the air conditioner's vent. As the cold air permeated the interior of the van, Chiba Keiru's body would be soaked in the essential oil. With a wave of her hand, a faint and sweet scent of mint would naturally flow out. Sniffing it in detail would make one feel refreshed and comfortable. That was also the reason why Warren's inspection team had only come down to invite Chiba Keiru to the tea house when the competition officially began. An expert would be able to tell right from the start. Just by looking at Chiba Keiru's attire, the way she spoke and the way she walked, Fang Yan was certain that she was a top-class girl. Isn't this girl too beautiful? Chiba Keiru stood in front of the coffee table and bowed deeply to everyone in the room. Then she sat down gracefully. The stone table, the stone chair, the Japanese beauty. They complemented each other, and were pleasing to the eye. Fang Yan stood up and said, "Please wait a moment, everyone." He ran to the tea house and took out his phone to make a call. Before he could make the call, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom had already stopped in front of him. Click. The door to the front passenger seat opened. A tall and skinny old man in a gray robe walked to the back quickly and opened the door. "Miss, please," said the old man in a long robe respectfully. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." A familiar voice came from the car. Then, Fang Yan saw a scene that made his eyes pop out. He saw a man in a plain white robe. No, it was a traditional Chinese costume. Qin Etian, who was wearing a white traditional Chinese costume, got out of the back of the Rolls-Royce. After smiling sweetly at the tall and skinny old man, he walked toward Fang Yan. The traditional Chinese costume was simple and elegant. There were no bright red or green flowers to match it. Only the clothes were surrounded by a group of white cranes on auspicious clouds. Each crane was vivid and lifelike. When they walked, they gave people the illusion that they were flying in the sky. When they calmed down, they seemed to be able to hear their celestial cries. It was soft and gentle, yet majestic. She was graceful and elegant, yet she gave off an ethereal aura. To be honest, apart from Qin Etian, Fang Yan really couldn't think of anyone he knew who could set off this costume so perfectly. Even those movie stars couldn't do it. "Miss, I'll wait for you to go back," the tall and skinny old man said to Qin Etian. Then he nodded at Fang Yan with a smile and went back to the front passenger seat. The Rolls-Royce left slowly as if it had never been there. However, there was clearly a fairy left in the world. The tea house girl who greeted the guests at the door was about to cry. "What day is it today? Why is everyone dressed so formally? If I had known this, shouldn't I have laid a red carpet at the door of the tea house? Women, why are you making things difficult for us women?" Until Qin Etian's little hand put on Fang Yan's arm, Fang Yan hadn't fully reacted. He looked at Qin Etian dumbfounded and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Etian smiled charmingly and said, "Tea competition." "It's just a tea competition. Do you need to dress like this?" Fang Yan pointed to the Rolls-Royce that had just left and said, "Did you rent that car? How much is it a day? It's not worth it to use it just for a while, right? It's not just a tea competition, but also a beauty competition, clothes competition, temperament competition, or a competition. I want to defeat my opponent in all aspects." Qin Etian thought for a moment and asked, "Wu Ren's side has a beautiful woman, right?" "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. "That's good," Qin Etian said. "What do you mean?" Fang Yan was puzzled. Didn't women like to beat their opponents? Why did Qin Etian let out a sigh of relief when she heard that the girl was a beauty? "You don't understand." A smug smile appeared on Qin Etian's mouth. If Wu Ren's side had sent a man, Qin Etian's appearance would have been amazing. However, everyone felt that she had an unfair advantage. If the opponent was also a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman at that, then if Qin Etian defeated her, it would show her temperament and aura even more. What was the saying again? To see a person's achievement pattern was to see what kind of person his opponent was. To see a woman's appearance was the same. Red flowers needed green leaves to match. If you could stand out among a group of red flowers, wouldn't it be even more amazing? Yes, Qin Etian hoped that her opponent would be stronger. Fang Yan stretched out his arm and helped Qin Etian slowly go upstairs. He felt that he was a little eunuch serving the queen. What was the style of a star? What was the style of a queen? As Fang Yan accompanied Qin Etian upstairs, all the people they met stood on the side and stared at them. No one whispered, no one raised their voices. They held their breath, as if they were afraid to disturb the queen's tour. When Qin Etian appeared at the door of the Breeze Pavilion, it was exactly as Fang Yan expected. The whole place was silent, and everyone kept a 90-degree turn posture. As if a magician had cast a spell, they couldn't speak and couldn't move their eyes. At this moment, even the wind outside the window found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 76. Qin Etian ignored everyone's stares. He let go of Fang Yan's arm and walked toward Chiba Kaoru. Chiba Kaoru knew that this beautiful and domineering woman was her opponent for the day the moment she saw Qin Etian. One's alcohol tolerance depended on one's character. It depended on how one drank and how one behaved after getting drunk. One's tea taste depended on one's attire and temperament. When a person's mental state was at its peak, the tea fight would naturally be full and mellow, and the tea brewed would naturally be full and have an endless aftertaste. One wouldn't drink alcohol because it would be bitter. It wouldn't harm the tea, because the tea would taste like blood. Qin Etienne walked toward Chiba Keiru step by step. With every step he took, his arrogant attitude and domineering aura got closer. Thud thud thud. Qin Etienne's footsteps weren't heavy, but they seemed to be echoing in Chiba Keiru's heart. Chiba Keiru felt like she had lost her mind, and was at a loss for what to do. She avoided Qin Etienne's gaze to avoid the increasingly powerful airflow that seemed to be able to engulf everything. I'm going to lose. A ridiculous thought popped up in her mind. However, it only lasted for a second before she refocused and looked into Qin Etienne's eyes. I must win. Chiba Keiru clenched her fists and told herself in her heart. She knew that her opponent was doing it on purpose. She was using her domineering aura to trample on her, and her beauty to suppress her. She was using all her advantages. Her essence, chi, and spirit were in an invincible state of excitement. An opponent like that was terrifying and worthy of respect. However, she must win. Qin Etienne stood in front of Chiba Keiru and looked down at her. His voice was cold, and there was no smile on his face. I'm Qin Etienne. You must remember this name. She was speaking in Japanese. She was actually speaking fluent Japanese. Fang Yan's English was passable, but he knew almost nothing about Japanese. Except for a few words that often appeared in movies and TV works. Fang Yan asked Lu Chaoga in front of him. What did she say? I am Qin Etienne. You will definitely remember this name, Lu Chaoga said expressionlessly. He thought to himself that he had heard of Qin Etienne's name a long time ago. However, they had never crossed paths before. Seeing is believing. Now that he had seen her with his own eyes, he finally felt that she was different from the rest. Was this kind of student really just an ordinary student? In her eyes, there was probably nothing worthy of her attention, right? Lu Chaoga thought of Fang Yan again. Qin Etienne took the initiative to transfer from Class 1 to Class 9, where Fang Yan was. Could it be that the rumors on campus were true? That Qin Etienne liked Fang Yan? If that was the case, things were going to be terrible. Everything about him is good, but he has bad taste. Lu Chaoga made an appropriate evaluation of Qin Etienne in her mind. Fang Yan was also shocked by this sentence. He thought to himself that this woman was really arrogant. She always looked like she was the only one in the world. Chiba-sun couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and bowed to Qin Etienne with a smile. Chiba-sun, please advise me. It's my duty, Qin Etienne said. I will let you know what a real tea ceremony is. Chiba-sun wanted to vomit blood. That was just a humble way of saying it. Please advise me was a common saying among Japanese. Why did this woman take it seriously? Qin Etienne walked back to his seat and sat down, waiting for the competition to officially begin. Music, Duan Yujun shouted. Soothing classical music sounded, and the sweet and crisp voice of a young girl echoed in the box of the Breeze Pavilion. Fang Yan listened carefully. The singer was singing the famous Tea Battle Song, written by Fan Zhongyan, a scholar of the Northern Song dynasty. Spring comes from the southeast every year. Jianqi is the first to warm the ice. The strange tea by the stream is the best in the world. We immortals have been around since ancient times. Last night, where the new thunder comes from, every family laughs and passes through the clouds. The dew buds are scattered in glory, decorated with jade and pearls, scattered on the tree. The harvest is not full, only the essence dares not to be greedy. Grinding cream and baking milk have elegant production. Fang Zhonggui has Hizhongchan. The North Garden will be presented to the emperor. The heroes of the forest compete for beauty first. Duan Yujun was a judge and also the host of this tea battle. He stood in front of the two tea fighters and said, "The tea is poor. It's provided by the Breeze Tea House. The water is mineral water and tap water. There are many brands of mineral water, and you can choose freely." As Duan Yujun spoke, the waiter of the tea house had already brought more than a dozen kinds of mineral water brands and placed them in front of the two tea fighters. Duan Yujun opened a tea house and was also a master of the tea ceremony. Because he often competed with people, he had prepared enough kinds of mineral water brands in the tea house. It had to be known that the water quality of each tea fighter was different. He had prepared more to take into account the requirements of each tea fighter as much as possible. Qin Etienne waved his hand and said, "I'll bring my own water." As soon as Qin Etienne's voice fell, he saw a few boys carrying a small stove in. The charcoal fire in the stove was burning brightly, and on the stove, a copper pot was making a crashing sound. The water had just boiled. White smoke was rolling, and water vapor was filling the air. The tea immortal Lu used the classic of tea said, "To boil tea, the first fire is charcoal, and the second is firewood. Charcoal stained with oil, firewood, or rotten materials can't be used as fuel." If you don't pay attention to the details, it will be difficult to make a fine product. From this, it could be seen how broad and profound the culture of tea was. How clear and thorough our ancient people's research was. In the art of tea fighting, the tea was valued for its freshness, and the water used for tea fighting was valued for its freshness. Mineral water was stagnant water that had been processed, and the quality of tap water was even more worrying. However, when there was really no other way, the tea fighters could only use mineral water. That was because there was no other choice. They couldn't go to the deep waters and old forests to fight tea, could they? Even if they found a suitable spring, how could they bring the tea fighting tools there? Qin Etienne didn't hide it. He pointed to the copper stove on the charcoal fire and said, "This is running water from Tiger Mountain. It's transported by water. The lotus leaves cover the surface, so it won't attract dust and waste gas. It's clean and natural." Duan Yujun was in a dilemma. Qin Etienne was using the running water from Tiger Mountain. What if the East Asians felt that it was unfair? However, even if they were not satisfied, Duan Yujun couldn't solve this problem. He himself used mineral water to fight tea with others. Where could he get the running water from Tiger Mountain? Although Tiger Mountain was part of Huaqing's territory, it was far away and the mountain roads had not been developed. They could only travel by water. Who would have the thought and ability to go there and bring back a bucket of spring water? What Duan Yujun didn't expect was that someone would actually do it. Moreover, the person who did this was the famous Du Qing of Huaqing. Yes, Qin Etienne's water was provided by Du Qing. Strictly speaking, Du Qing's water was provided to Lu Gong. Fang Yan had specially borrowed the spring water from his grandfather for Qin Etienne to use for the tea fighting competition. Someone translated Duan Youjuan's words to the Warren inspection team. Saburo Fujino panicked and said, "This is cheating. Who doesn't know that the water quality is the most important in the tea ceremony? If the water quality isn't good, how can the brewed soup be good? This is unfair to our side. I strongly protest." The others also questioned and said yes. Wuxia was too cunning. Because we came from afar, they took advantage of us in terms of raw materials. If they won like this, they wouldn't be considered capable. If they're not convinced, they can go to Japan and compete again. Qin Etienne waved her hand and said heroically, "Wu Ren can share the water from the copper pot with me." As soon as she said that, everyone fell silent. Those who had been clamoring just now seemed to have been slapped to the ground by her. They didn't even have the strength to get up. "Didn't you say that I wanted to take advantage of you? Sorry, I don't want to take advantage of you. The tea is the same tea, the water is the same water, I will still win." Fang Yan was happy. Even though she didn't like Qin Etienne's arrogant, condescending, arrogant and straightforward personality, she found her to be quite adorable today. Only she could act like this, and only she could speak and act in such a natural and harmonious manner. This was Qin Etienne. The Qin Etienne who never hit her edge. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly as well. She thought that this sentence would determine the winner of this tea ceremony. A tea ceremony wasn't just about the color of the tea or the soup, but also the breadth of mind of the tea drinker. No one present could match Qin Etienne's generosity. She was far inferior to him. Chiba Sun didn't feel happy when she heard Qin Etienne's invitation. Instead, she looked gloomy. She stood up and bowed slightly to Qin Etienne. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I've decided to use mineral water. When I first learned the tea ceremony, My father once said that if your heart is sweet, then the water you use will be sweet as well. I know what this competition means, so I'll do my best. I have a sincere heart, so the water I use will be sincere as well. She couldn't accept Qin Etienne's invitation, because if she had done that, the winner of this tea battle would have been decided in advance. Her teachers and classmates didn't understand, but she did. She decided to use softness to overcome hardness. After hearing Chiba Sun's words, Wu Ren's teachers and students looked serious. They looked at Chiba Sun with respect. At this moment, because of Chiba Sun's words, the Wu Ren inspection team became unprecedentedly united. Even the teachers and students of Rosefinch looked at Chiba Sun in a different light after hearing her words. This girl was qualified to be Qin Etienne's opponent. Chiba Sun didn't even look at them. She poured a bottle of mineral water into the iron kettle and turned on the electric stove. She used mineral water and boiled it on the electric stove. Chapter 77. It was often said that water and fire were incompatible. However, in the tea ceremony, water and fire had to work together in harmony to bring out the greatest power. The water in the bronze stove was boiling, bubbling. Qin Etienne left her seat and walked over to open the lid of the bronze kettle. She carefully observed the boiling water in the kettle. The first boil was like a fish's eye, making a faint sound. The second boil was like a gushing spring with pearls. The third boil was like a rattan wave. After the third boil, Qin Etienne immediately lifted the handle and moved the bronze kettle away from the charcoal. The bronze kettle was very big, but when Qin Etienne lifted it, she seemed effortless and easy. This woman was really good at playing the role of an Iron Man. Seal the stove, Qin Etienne said. The boys from Class 9 immediately sealed the mouth of the stove with a piece of iron. Then they carried the charcoal stove and left. The degree of boiling of the water was the key to the success of the tea ceremony. If it was a tender shoot, it naturally needed to use boiling water with a lower degree. It was to avoid damaging the leaves and spoiling the taste. However, the tea today was aged pu'er tea. Therefore, the water needed to be boiled 3 times. It was also recorded in the classic of tea that when the water was boiled 3 times, the tea had to be brewed. If it was boiled any longer, the water would turn old and become inedible. Qin Etienne poured the water from the bronze kettle into a cup to rinse it. This was called a teacup. If the teacup was cooled, the tea wouldn't float. There was a small teapot on the tea table in front of her. However, Qin Etienne didn't pour the water from the bronze kettle into the small teapot, because she knew that the water would come into contact with the air one more time after the water was poured. Changing the utensils meant that the tea might be mixed with the air one more time. The temperature and quality of the water would change slightly. Her slender hands were holding an ancient bronze kettle that weighed more than 10 kilograms. This scene was strange and beautiful at the same time. The most amazing thing was that when she held the kettle with one hand and poured the boiling water into the cup, not a single drop spilled out. This alone wasn't something an ordinary person could do. According to Fang Yan's plan, Qin Etienne should wait for a while. They waited for the contestants from the Wu Ren investigation team to brew the tea. Everyone tasted the tea and praised it. Only then did Qin Yi perform the tea ceremony and serve the tea she had brewed with great care to everyone. Just smelling the fragrance was enough to intoxicate them. When he drank it in one gulp, he felt that this tea could only be found in the heavens and rarely seen in the mortal world. Thus, Qin Etienne was the winner of the tea contest. She suppressed it first and then raised it, so that everyone's mood soared from the bottom to the peak. First, she made everyone anxious, then gave them a surprise. In this case, this surprise was even more memorable. In any competition, the second competition, the first cup, and then the competition. After drinking the tea of the later generations, do you still remember the taste of the previous cup of tea? Unless the taste of the 2 cups of tea was very different, but if they were of the same standard, then the second cup of tea would definitely be more advantageous. However, Qin Etienne clearly did not appreciate Fang Yan's efforts. She did not play according to Fang Yan's plan. She didn't wait for her opponent. After the water boiled, she cleaned the utensils, warmed the water, and poured the cups. This series of actions was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Then she put the tea cake on a piece of white silk, broke it into pieces, and removed all the coarse leaves and foam. Only then did she put the tea leaves into the pot. She put it carefully and must not let the tea leaves block the mouth of the pot. She poured the tea into the copper pot. After shaking it 3 times, she immediately poured the tea out. This was called washing tea. After washing the tea could be brewed. Brewing tea was the most important step. She must not go straight to the center of the pot. First one corner, and then the other corners. The spout of the copper pot was raised, strictly following the principle of high rush and low sprinkle. The high rush could make the boiling water hit the tea leaves forcefully, so that the fragrance and tea essence of the tea would evaporate faster. The tannins could not be dissolved in time, so the tea was sweet but not astringent. The water must be filled. Whether the teapot was 3 mountains together showed the skill. Qin Etian looked relaxed, but her eyes were serious. The tea quickly filled the teapot. The foam floated, but there was no spill. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster. After completing this tedious but necessary process, he covered the pot with the lid and poured boiling water over it. It was called the pouring pot. After the cup was heated, the tea could be poured for the guests. Qin Etian only poured 4 cups of tea from the pot. He waved his long sleeve and said, "Please." Lu Chaoga came over, picked up a cup of tea, and tasted it carefully. Matsushima also came over, picked up the second cup of tea, and looked at the color of the tea. Duan Yujun sighed, walked to Lu Chaoga, bowed deeply, and then carefully picked up the 3rd cup of tea. Qin Etian picked up the 4th cup of tea, and took the initiative to give it to Fang Yan. He said with a smile, "Fang Yan, this cup of tea is for you." "You." Fang Yan pretended to be angry, but he was overjoyed. "Look, there are only 4 cups of tea. Except for the 3 judges, Qin Etian didn't give it to anyone else. He didn't give it to the vice principal, the dean, or the leader of the Chinese team, but he just gave it to him. What kind of behavior was this? Respect for teachers. What did this mean? It meant that he was a qualified and excellent teacher who was respected by his students. Fang Yan took the tea, tasted it carefully, and said, "Good tea." Qin Etian finished his tea ceremony, and the tea was already in his hand. Therefore, the 3 judges naturally had to give their evaluation. After Lu Chaoga finished the cup of tea, she carefully felt the sweet and moist taste in her throat, and said first, "I don't know much about tea, but I still know it's good tea. Good tea, good water, and good tea ceremony. It's amazing." Matsushima held the tea, smelled the fragrance, and then observed the color. Then he tasted it, and said, "The color is green and white, and the soup is fine. It's an excellent tea." The color of the tea was white, and the green was better than the yellow. And the soup needed to be thin and well proportioned, like cold porridge noodles. If one could bite on the edge of the cup and stay there for a long time, the effect would be the best. It was called biting cup. Matsushima also liked to drink tea, and she had done some research on the tea ceremony. It was also because of this that she knew how perfect and profound the girl in front of her was in the tea ceremony. Without more than 10 years of immersion, it would be impossible for her to reach this level, right? Duan Yujun only drank half of the tea in his hand, and he hesitated to drink the other half. He praised, "The tea immortal has returned. The tea immortal has returned. After seeing this tea ceremony today, I will never compete in tea with others again. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed." While everyone was appraising the tea brewed by Qin Etian, Chiba Kaori's tea ceremony had just reached the high infusion, low infusion, part of the tea ceremony. Her face was expressionless, and her heart was as still as water. She only focused on her own actions, completely unaffected by external factors. Even when Qin Etian brought the tea to Fang Yan, she did not divert her attention. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. The heart is the tea, and the tea is the heart. The heart is the tea, and the tea is the heart. 4 teacups were placed on each tea tray, and Chiba Kaori only chose one to heat the tea. After that, she poured the tea for the guests. Chiba Kaori picked up the only cup of tea before her, and walked toward Qin Etian. She said, "This cup of tea represents my respect. Please be sure to accept it." Qin Etian looked at Chiba Kaori with a thoughtful expression. Only now did he truly begin to respect this Japanese girl. Chiba Kaori, hurry up and give a cup to each of the judges, Saburo Fujino urged. What is wrong with this child? The judges have yet to drink their tea. How can she give tea to her opponent first? Besides, the judges have never tasted your tea. How can they know how beautiful your tea is? Chiba Kaori did not reply to Saburo Fujino's question. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Chin-Etienne, who was a head taller than her. Chin-Etienne picked up the cup of tea and carefully tasted it. The first sip was shallow, the second sip was deep, and the third sip was straight down. He looked at Chiba Kaori and said in a soft voice, "Good tea." "Thank you." Chiba Kaori's taut face immediately relaxed. She gave a 90-degree bow toward Chin-Etienne and said gratefully, "Thank you." Saburo Fujino could not be bothered to maintain his composure. He quickly ran toward Chiba Kaori and grabbed her shoulder. He shouted, "Chiba Kaori, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? How can you do this? How can you give up? Do you know that you are not only giving up on yourself? You are also giving up on us, the pride of our Wu-Ren and the face of Japan. How can you give up?" Chiba Kaori turned to look at Saburo Fujino. There was a sweet smile on her face as she said, "Sensei Fujino, I lost. I lost my mind, I lost my aura, and I lost my confidence. She is perfect. Her performance was impeccable. I thought that as long as I waited a little longer, I would be able to find a flaw. However, from the beginning to the end, she did not give me a single chance." Chiba Kaori had also thought that Chin-Etienne would wait. Chin-Etienne was waiting for her to brew a good tea. Only then would she surpass her. She thought that Chin-Etienne would do that. Isn't that what people think? Her actions lagged behind Chin-Etienne. Part of it was because she had to boil the tea again, but it was also because of the knot in her heart. She wanted to be the final victor. Why did she think that? Why did she do that? At the end of the day, it was because she did not have enough confidence in herself. She did not have confidence in herself. She did not have confidence in her tea. How could a tea that lacks spirit, energy, and spirit win against someone else? However, Chin-Etienne did not do that. She did not fight or wait. She was simple and direct. She did what she wanted, regardless of the consequences. She disdained scheming and did not want to use overt schemes. She only wanted to be herself. She did her best. She did her best. She did her best. She was Chin-Etienne. She believed that she would definitely win. Such an opponent was able to easily subdue her. He was worthy of her respect. Although Chiba Kaori had a smile on her face, there were tears in the corner of her eyes. "Sensei, please let me admit defeat," Chiba Kaori said with a choked voice. "At least you will look more dignified this way." Chapter 78. There was a type of opponent that deserved respect even if they lost. Chiba Kaoru was one of them. Looking at Chiba Kaoru's tear-stained face, Chin-Etienne could not help but laugh. She stretched out her hand and looked at Chiba Kaoru saying, "From today onwards, we are friends." She spoke in Japanese, so Chiba Kaoru did not need an interpreter to understand her words. Chiba Kaoru stared at Chin-Etienne with wide eyes, a look of incomprehension on her face. "Are you not willing?" Chin-Etienne asked. "Not everyone can be my friend." "I am willing." Chiba Kaoru quickly stretched out her hand and shook Chin-Etienne's. "It is my honor." Clap, clap, clap. Matsushima Ki was the first to applaud. Lu Chaoga, Feng Yan, the Wu-Ren inspection team, and the teachers and students of Rosefinch Secondary also applauded. Matsushima Ki walked to Chiba Kaoru and gently hugged her in her arms, saying, "Kaoru, you did well. Very well. In our hearts, you did not lose. You had the courage to admit your shortcomings. This makes us happier than winning this tea competition." "Thank you, Sensei," Chiba Kaoru said gratefully. Her choice was recognized, and her personality was still loved and respected. Her teacher and compatriot did not blame or resent her. Chiba Kaoru was very happy. "No need to thank me. Your performance was too good," Matsushima Ki said with a smile. She took out a handkerchief and handed it to Chiba Kaoru, saying, "Wipe your tears. The Chiba Kaoru I know is not a student who likes to cry." "Yes, Sensei." Chiba Kaoru took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. Matsushima turned to Saburo Fujino and said, Sensei Fujino, Chiba Kaoru did her best, didn't she? Yes, Saburo Fujino said with his head lowered, feeling very depressed. In the first tea competition, he had deliberately hidden his nuclear weapon, thinking that he would win for sure. He did not expect Rosefinch to also use a nuclear weapon. Wu Ren's side used a guided missile, while Rosefinch's side used an atomic bomb. This was too much. So please maintain your manners, okay? Matsushima did not let go of Saburo Fujino that easily. With a sharp look in his eyes, he said, You should know that you represent the pride of Takahito and the face of Japan. Yes. I understand. Saburo Fujino apologized profusely. I was too excited. Matsushima Nori also knew that berating his own team members in front of outsiders would make them look down on him. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only hide his emotions in his heart. She walked in front of Lu Chaoga and said, Wu Ren lost the first tea ceremony competition. I'm sincerely convinced. Friendship first, competition second. Lu Chaoga comforted him in a soft voice. At this time, she was too embarrassed to smile too obviously, although she was very happy in her heart. Then, shall we proceed to the second round of the competition? Matsushima Nori said. I hope Wu Ren can win the next match. No problem, Lu Chaoga said. I'm looking forward to Wu Ren's performance. After the tea ceremony was over, there was no need for Qin Etian to stay any longer. She waved at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, help me down. Fang Yan quickly ran in front of Qin Etian and whispered, There are so many people here, give me some face. All right. Qin Etian was very easy to talk to. Fang Yan, help me down. Can you call me teacher? Impossible. Fang Yan helped Qin Etian down the stairs. After standing in front of the tea house for less than 2 minutes, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of them. This time, Fang Yan did not wait for the little old man to get out of the car. He rushed over and opened the rear door. Fang Yan said to Qin Etian, Thank you for your hard work today. Go back and have a good rest. Qin Etian looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, Fang Yan, do you want me to leave as soon as possible? How is that possible? Fang Yan looked like he was wronged. Do you know how heartless you are to say this? You are my benefactor. You helped me win the tea ceremony competition. You don't know how grateful I am to you now. We, the people of Wulin, pay attention to a drop of kindness from others. How could I treat my benefactor like this? Really? Then how are you going to repay me? Qin Etian asked calmly. Haven't I already repaid you? Fang Yan said. When did you repay me? I gave you a bucket of water, Fang Yan said. In all honesty, he took a bucket of spring water from Tiger Mountain from his grandfather's house. He was not willing to drink it. He gave all of it to Qin Etian. A drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a bucket of water. Wasn't that enough? Qin Etian squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, Fang Yan, you are so cute. Fang Yan thought about it again and again. He still did not think that this sentence was a compliment. Qin Etian reached out to Fang Yan and said, Give me the phone. Why do you want my phone? Fang Yan felt very strange. Why did all the girls he knew like to borrow his phone? Jiang Qin was like this, Yuan Lin was like this. Now even Qin Etian was like this. Give it to me, Qin Etian said. Fang Yan had no choice but to take out his mobile phone from his pocket and hand it over. Qin Etian turned on the camera of Fang Yan's mobile phone, then put his head close to Fang Yan's shoulder and pressed the shutter. Fang Yan was shocked and said, What do you want to do? Don't think that I will be responsible for you just because you have something on me. Anyway, I didn't do anything. I am innocent and have a clear conscience. Why are you so excited? Qin Etian asked strangely. She threw Fang Yan's mobile phone back and said, It's rare for me to wear a traditional Chinese costume. I accompanied you to take 2 photos for you to show off on Weibo. What does it have to do with your innocence? I see. Fang Yan clenched the phone and was relieved. Ever since those reporters had gotten their hands on a photo of him dancing with Jiang Qin, he had been on tenterhooks. When he saw girls taking the initiative to take photos, he was worried that they were up to no good. What do you think it is? Qin Etian said contemptuously. Fang Yan, put away your wretched thoughts. I warn you, don't scold me. Or what? I will make you fail the Chinese exam. Fang Yan threatened. Idiot. You scold me again. Qin Etian sneered and lifted her skirt to get into the luxury car. Although the little old man sitting in the passenger seat did not have the opportunity to help Qin Etian open the door, he still got out and stood respectfully on the side. After Qin Etian got in the car, he helped close the rear door. Then he smiled at Fang Yan and said, Goodbye, Mr. Fang. Goodbye, old man. Fang Yan said with relief. He thought that not everyone was as rude as Qin Etian. After the car drove away, Fang Yan was still standing in the same place, waving. He thought, it's just a tea contest. Why did he rent such a beautiful car? How much would it cost? Fang Yan returned to the box in Cool Breeze Pavilion. The second round of the calligraphy competition was about to begin. Although Cool Breeze Tea House was a tea house, it had a large desk and 4 treasures of the study specially for scholars. As long as they were guests in the tea house, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, there was no need to look for another place for the calligraphy competition. It could be held directly in the tea house. The first round had a bad start, so Saburo Fujino kept a low profile. He walked in front of Fang Yan and said with a blank face, How will the competition be conducted? Both contestants will write a piece of calligraphy. Then we will evaluate it. Fang Yan said. Saburo Fujino sneered and said, If one side writes Wuxia calligraphy and the other side writes Japanese calligraphy, how will they compare? Fang Yan also laughed and said, Mr. Fujino seems to be a layman for asking this question. As long as there is strength in the brush, any word written will be beautiful. Even if it is a circle, it will be more beautiful than others. Could it be that a person's Wuxia calligraphy is beautiful, but the English alphabet is not beautiful? It will still be beautiful. Easy for you to say. The art of calligraphy is broad and profound. Different languages, different contents, different styles, naturally the effect will be different. Saburo Fujino did not agree with Fang Yan's point of view and said, We should unify the language and the content. That way, it will be more convenient to compete and determine the winner. Isn't it better for everyone to write what they are good at? Our contestant will naturally write Wuxia calligraphy, and your representative can also write Wuxia calligraphy. In any case, didn't you all start from practicing Wuxia calligraphy? Ridiculous. Saburo Fujino said mockingly. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, that's probably what people like you are, right? Without investigation, you have no right to speak. Otherwise, don't open your mouth and be laughed at. My East Asian calligraphy is unique. What does it have to do with your Wuxia calligraphy? Calligraphy originated from Wuxia and gradually spread to the various countries in the Han culture circle. The changes in the calligraphy of Wuxia's dynasties continued to have a comprehensive and profound impact on East Asian calligraphy. It was only during the later part of the Heian period that East Asians' unique pseudonymous calligraphy rose, forming the auspicious system that is different from Wuxia's calligraphy. However, in my opinion, the auspicious system is still a slight change on the basis of Wuxia's calligraphy. Some things can be said to be borrowed or plagiarized. The key is to look at the relationship between the two parties. Am I right? Fang Yan looked at Saburo Fujino and said, If you try to please me from time to time, I can also say that you are using it as a reference. If you always use such a cynical attitude to talk to me, I will scold you for plagiarism. I am a man with very fragile emotions. Just now I was hit by someone. So, do not offend me. Fang Yan grinned and said, You see, you offended me yesterday and lost the first tea ceremony competition, right? You deserve it. Chapter 79. After a long and unfriendly discussion between Fang Yan and Saburo Fujino, they finally decided on the general rules for the calligraphy competition. First, there was no limit to the language. Second, there was no limit to the content. Third, there was no limit to the style of the calligraphy. Yes, you can write a long poem, or you can write a single word. As long as it was something you were most proficient in, you could participate in the competition. Calligraphy had its own characteristics. Some people's every word was very beautiful, while some people only learned a single word for decades, but that one word was the essence of calligraphy. Could it be that a calligrapher who wrote a single word was not a calligrapher? Obviously not. Today, they were only competing in calligraphy. Therefore, a long piece was calligraphy, and a short piece was calligraphy. A sentence was calligraphy, and a word was calligraphy. The representative from Warren High School was a boy named Weno Dashyong. He was short and had an honest face. He looked more mature than the other students. He had a mustache on his upper lip that did not match the image of a high school student. Fang Yen paid special attention to this boy's hands. His hands were always clasped together and rarely moved. Steady. Steady hands, steady words. Steadiness was the foundation of writing a good piece of calligraphy. It did not matter if you were pursuing structure or interest. Steadiness was the priority. Only then would the spirit not dissipate. The representative from Rosefinch Secondary was not Huang Haoran. Instead, it was a tall and thin boy named Xiao Pinqing. The boy was about 1.7 meters tall, but he didn't have much flesh on his body. His clothes were empty underneath. If he didn't wear clothes, he would look like a character in the extremely popular Legend of Mere Game. Skeleton Elf. Seeing the two contestants standing in front of the table, many people immediately laughed. The appearance of these two people is really unique. Isn't this the real-life version of the two generals Hung and Ha? If the flesh on their bodies were evenly distributed, they could be considered handsome men. Fang Yen also noticed this situation. He thought to himself, in the movies and TV shows, those with beautiful handwriting were also good-looking. In the bamboo forest, under the plum tree, or in the attic in a world of ice and snow, a handsome man dressed in white stood in front of a stone table. At this moment, the sound of the people was playing. The man's brush was dyed in ink, and his brush was like a swimming dragon. The sound of the people was urgent, and the man's speed increased. When the pipa stopped playing, the man raised his wrist to finish. The environment was elegant, the artistic conception was refined, and the pipa was embellished. On top of that, he was an elegant and graceful young master. Women would be dazzled by him and would love to marry him. Even men would want to rush up and stab him with a knife and scold him for being so pretentious. However, based on what Fang Yen had seen and heard, most of the artists in reality were slovenly. Even if there were some good-looking ones, their scores would be greatly reduced due to their ink-stained clothes or long ungroomed hair and beards. Fang Yen felt that he should be excluded. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to participate in this calligraphy competition. Of course, the students were slightly better off. Although Weno Nobita and Xiao Pinqing both looked very special, they looked very clean and tidy in their school uniforms. The judges for the calligraphy competition were still Lu Chaoga, Nori Matsushima, and Duan Yujun. Duan Yujun gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand and shouted, "Begin." After saying that, Weno Nobita and Xiao Pinqing did not start writing. They were both grinding the ink, and at the same time, their eyes were sizing up the white paper in front of them, as if there were some mysterious treasures hidden on the white paper. Weno Nobita took the lead and dipped the brush in ink. With the tip of the brush, he wrote on the paper, swallowed the treasured sword and abandoned the famous bow, only to watch this breeze. Because Weno Nobita had written in Japanese, Fang Yen could not understand what this sentence meant. However, from the structure of the words, it could be seen that he had used the famous Japanese style of writing. This was also the style that Fang Yen had said was self-created in Japan. The brushwork was elegant, and the density was just right. The words were connected in a line, like a black landscape painting blooming on the white paper. He has reached a higher level, Fang Yen thought to himself. Even if the other party was a student from the Warren inspection team, even if this person was his current opponent, Fang Yen was still willing to give him such a high evaluation. Xiao Pinqing was still grinding the ink, as if the inkstone could not be melted. Bang, bang, bang. Duan Yujun gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand. When the wooden fish struck 60 times, the time limit for this round of the competition was over. At the beginning, everyone was still calm. However, when the wooden fish struck more than 30 times and Ueno Nobita was the first to submit his words, Xiao Pinqing still did not move. The students of Class 9 were a little anxious. They looked at Xiao Pinqing anxiously. However, as they were worried that they would disturb Xiao Pinqing's thoughts, no one said anything to urge Xiao Pinqing to move faster. When the wooden fish struck 46 times, Xiao Pinqing finally dipped the brush in ink. Filial piety. He wrote a big filial piety on the white paper in front of him, and it was only one word. He placed the brush in the ink box. His forehead was dripping with sweat, as if he had just run 3 kilometers. He was using the Wei tablet. The strokes were strict, simple, and lively. It was plump and not lacking in rigidity. Good, good, good. Fang Yan said good 3 times in a row. Fang Yan also learned calligraphy. To put it bluntly, he was number 1 in calligraphy today at the Cool Breeze Tea House. It was because he learned and studied calligraphy that he could understand the value and brilliance of the word filial piety. This had nothing to do with the teacher-student relationship or the national righteousness. It was only related to the personal feelings of the person who loved calligraphy and the pursuit of art. Just like how a woman would react when she saw a beautiful dress, just like how a man would react when he saw a Ferrari, just like how a foodie would react when he saw the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. When a person saw something unimaginable in his favorite field, he would exclaim in admiration from the bottom of his heart, just like Fang Yan. The Wei tablet was mainly used in the fields of stele carvings, epitaphs, statue inscriptions, and cliff carvings. For generations, Xiao Pinqing's ancestors made a living by polishing tombstones. Xiao Pinqing's family did not have many things, but they had a lot of stones. Since he was very young, his grandfather, his father, and his brother would polish the big stones into square or arched slabs in front of him. Then they would inscribe the names of their filial sons, grandsons, son-in-law, and nephews on the tombstones according to the list provided by the main family. Xiao Pinqing had been interested in these big stones since he was very young, either because of a long period of nurturing, or because it was hereditary. When he first learned to write, his grandfather threw him a small chisel and a small awl, and asked him to hammer out the words he knew on the stones. Because he had been polishing stones since he was young, Xiao Pinqing's hands were very steady. This also nurtured his personality of doing things without restraint and writing one stroke at a time. After years of practice, his Wei tablet had become famous far and wide. In the beginning, a customer came to ask his grandfather, Xiao Changfa, to carve words. Later, the customer asked his father, Xiao Deshui, to carve words. Later, the customer only asked Xiao Pinqing to carve words. As long as Xiao Pinqing carved words, the customer was willing to pay double the price. The first time Fang Yan discovered Xiao Pinqing's specialty was when he asked his students to imitate Farewell Again Cambridge, to write a poem for him. Xiao Pinqing's poem was not worth mentioning, but his words made Fang Yan feel stunned. He had never thought that he could find such a beautiful person among the students. He immediately asked Huang Haoran to find Xiao Pinqing, and dragged him along the tree-lined path on campus for more than 10 minutes. He asked all kinds of questions like a fanatical fan, and finally understood the special reason for Xiao Pinqing's success. Fang Yan encouraged Xiao Pinqing to continue to work hard and find more inscriptions to study, but to avoid imitating. Because Xiao Pinqing's words were now unique, if he blindly learned the advantages of others, he might lose his own essence. The reason why he asked Xiao Pinqing to study the inscriptions was that he hoped to broaden his horizons, and let him have a deeper and more mature understanding of his own words. Xiao Pinqing repeatedly said yes, very happy with Fang Yan's recognition and praise. Later, he asked Fang Yan many times about calligraphy knowledge, and Fang Yan also told him everything he knew. He even went to his grandfather's house to get the imitation version of Yuan Huai's epitaph for Xiao Pinqing to appreciate. Xiao Pinqing had written the word filial piety hundreds of thousands of times. He had personally carved it on the tombstone no less than 1,000 times. Filial piety, this was the tradition of Wuxia, giving people a sense of obedience. No one could defy it. However, filial piety also needed to know how to be flexible, to think of the elderly and think of the elderly's needs. This was not just a word but a picture of filial piety. Therefore, Fang Yan could not help but say the word good 3 times. Saburo Fujino was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's behavior and said, "Teacher Fang Yan, this is a kind of cheating behavior, and is suspected of misleading the judges. If you do something out of line again, the judges will judge our side as the winner." Even Matsushima-ki was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's performance. He frowned and said to Lu Chaoga, who was next to him, "Isn't the teacher's performance a little too intense?" What he meant was that Fang Yan was just putting on an act. Wasn't it just one word? Was there a need to be so excited? Fang Yan apologized and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I really can't help it. The word is right in front of you. You can judge it freely. From now on, I won't speak anymore." Saburo Fujino sneered and said, "Do you still need to judge? It's already clear." Ueno Daxio's words were smooth like flowing water. Every single word was a rare work of art. The most commendable thing was that his layout was reasonable, and the ink was well proportioned. He could be called a master of his generation. Of course, Warren High School had the upper hand in this round. You only know how to write one word, and you have the nerve to call it calligraphy? Fang Yan was enraged. He cursed, "Bullshit. Don't you have any knowledge? Do you know the subtlety of calligraphy? Can't a single word be called calligraphy? Just this one word is enough to leave you guys behind." Saburo Fujino was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say you won't speak anymore? You liar." Chapter 80. Don't force me to be barbaric, because when I am barbaric, even I am afraid of myself. This sentence was the most suitable to describe Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan was a descendant of the Tai Chi family, he had always thought of himself as a cultured person due to the influence of his grandfather and mother. Drinking tea on a mountain peak, riding on a snowy night, drinking wine in a bamboo forest, reading poems on a rainy day. This was what a cultured person should do. Beating and scolding was uncivilized and uncultured. But you can't bully me. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone a cultured person. Fang Yan was a master of calligraphy, at least he thought so. Although his calligraphy was not as divine as his grandfather's, Lu Gong's, it was still possible for him to reach the heavens. Ueno Nobita's calligraphy was very good. Judging from the layout and the thick ink, it was not a problem for him to reach the heavens. In other words, Fang Yan reluctantly agreed to put Ueno Nobita on the same level as him. But Xiao Pingqing's calligraphy was different. He had entered the attainment of divinity and was slightly better than him, but weaker than his grandfather's, Lu Gong's. When Xiao Pingqing asked Fang Yan for advice on calligraphy, Fang Yan only talked about the idea and not the technique. Because he knew very well that Xiao Pingqing was miles ahead of him in terms of calligraphy like Wei Bei. Especially when Xiao Pingqing wrote the word filial piety, with great vigor. His spirit, and soul were all there. He already had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Fang Yan was ecstatic when he saw it, and had the urge to eat the word. The novel A Bite of Tongue had whetted one's appetite, and the word good had also opened one's eyes. This word was written in his eyes, in his mouth, and in his heart. But in Saburo Fujino's mouth, it was said that Ueno Nobita was better. How could Fang Yan tolerate this? Fang Yan was so agitated that he cursed, causing everyone to look at each other. The Warren inspection team was the first to react. Their faces were filled with anger, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with Fang Yan. How can you curse? How uncultured. Did he curse? What was he scolding? Bullshit. This is too hateful. I want him to apologize. I apologized to Fujino-sensei. Matsushima Nori was really angry this time. She looked at Lu Chaoga with a displeased expression and said, Principal Lu, I need an explanation. I really can't understand how your school treats us like this. Not only is this disrespect towards our people, but it has also involved personal attacks and insults. Lu Chaoga frowned slightly. She also felt that Fang Yan had gone too far by calling someone *T in public. Can't you just curse in secret? Moreover, just as Matsushima-ki had said, if she couldn't give an explanation, this matter would be really difficult to deal with. Warren Senior High School was a famous school in Japan. They formed a friendship school with Rosefinch Secondary. The cause of this incident was rather complicated and involved many famous people. If this incident wasn't resolved well, Warren's anger would not be appeased and they would cancel the friendship school with Rosefinch. Then many people would be punished. At the very least, Lu Chaoga would have to bear the main responsibility. Moreover, if this matter was reported to the Japanese embassy, it could be used by people with ulterior motives. It could escalate to a higher and more serious level. These were all things that Lu Chaoga didn't want to see. Lu Chaoga walked in front of Fang Yan and said, "Sensei Fang Yan, you must give Mr. Fujino an explanation. You must obtain his forgiveness." Fang Yan looked confused. He looked at Saburo Fujino and said, "Mr. Fujino, do I need to give you an explanation? You insulted me." Saburo Fujino was so angry that he stomped his feet. He was a senior teacher at Warren Senior High School and a famous Japanese researcher of Wuxia culture. Japanese people respected teachers and cultured people very much. Even when the Japanese Prime Minister met him, he was very amiable. He had never been scolded like this in his life. "I still don't quite understand," Fang Yan said. "Which part of my words insulted you?" "You said I was farting. I am a researcher of Wuxia culture. Don't think that I don't understand the meaning of those two words." Seeing Fang Yan acting like a fool, Saburo Fujino became even more furious. "Yes, I said the two words farting," Fang Yan admitted. "Since that is the case, what else do you have to say?" "But I did not say that you were farting," Fang Yan said. "I am saying that someone was farting. Could it be that you didn't smell a foul stench just now? You are just being unreasonable. You were obviously talking about me. That fart just now was from you." "It was not me," Saburo Fujino said angrily. He hated being wrong the most. "If it was not you, then who was it?" "How would I know who it was?" Only after Saburo Fujino shouted did he realize that he had gone off topic. "I am saying that after you said the two words farting, you immediately started talking to me. Clearly you are attacking me." "You see, you misunderstood me again," Fang Yan said. "Mr. Fujino, you are a guest from afar. Our Wuxia is a country of etiquette. How could I possibly curse at someone? The matter is like this. Back then, I smelled a foul stench and thought that you were farting. However, I felt that it would be indecent to say such a thing. Additionally, it would embarrass you. Thus, I quickly changed the topic. Perhaps there is a problem with my ability to express myself. Additionally, the change in topic was not natural enough. That is why you misunderstood me. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize to you now." "I was not the one who did it." Saburo Fujino was on the verge of shouting. How could he not be able to explain such a thing? Fang Yan looked at Saburo with a stunned expression and said, "Even if that is the case, there is no need for you to be so agitated." Lu Chaoga stood by the side and watched with cold eyes. She thought to herself that this was not a bad way to resolve the issue. Fang Yan would certainly not be willing to apologize to Fang Yan. However, if he did not apologize and Fang Yan had indeed scolded someone, it would be hard to explain to the other side. Fortunately, the culture of Wuxia was extensive and profound. A single word could be interpreted in countless ways. Seeing that the two of them were unable to come to a conclusion after exchanging a few words, Fujino Saburo would only be at a disadvantage if they continued to argue. Thus Fujino Saburo could only say, "Since both contestants have finished writing, let's have a proper evaluation." "That is what I am thinking as well." Lu Chaoga quickly followed up. To be able to resolve this issue, she was more than happy to do so. Matsushima Ki glanced at Fang Yan and said, "Teacher Fang Yan, since you understand calligraphy, then you should be the one to evaluate these two pieces of calligraphy." "How can I accept that? I am not one of the judges," Fang Yan said with a smile. "It is better for the judges to evaluate. You guys are the experts. You can evaluate it first. We will decide the final outcome," Matsushima Ki said. What he meant was that you can state your opinion. Whether you accept it or not, it is up to us. Since Principal Matsushima has invited me, then I will respectfully accept, Fang Yan said. He first walked to the front of Ueno Nobita's words and said very frankly, I don't understand Japanese, so I don't understand what this sentence means. Who can translate it for me? Swallowing the precious sword and abandoning the famous bow, only to watch the cool breeze, someone said aloud. Fang Yan read it and said, good words. Good words. We often say that a good horse needs a good saddle. In my eyes, Ueno Nobita's words are a good horse, and this sentence is a good saddle. Only by matching the words can the mood be more obvious. If he wrote, Ueno Nobita was here, no matter how beautiful his words are, he will lose a lot of points. Isn't this the case? Fang Yan's words were interesting, and everyone laughed. Only to watch the cool breeze, this sentence is very good. It gives people a feeling of giving up fame and fortune, forgetting the troubles of the secular world, and only listening to the wind and admiring the moon. Ueno Nobita's words are exquisite and elegant. Every stroke is connected into a line, like a crescent moon, a gust of wind. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. Ueno Nobita heard his classmate's translation and bowed slightly to Fang Yan to express his gratitude. When he was grinding the ink, he thought of this sentence and considered writing it as a crescent moon, a gust of wind. Fang Yan went straight to the heart and expressed his intention completely. He was indeed an expert in calligraphy. Fang Yan smiled at Ueno Nobita, looked at him and said, however, this calligraphy has a fatal flaw. That is, it is too rouge. Ueno Nobita, you only focus on the form, but not the spirit. You only express the cool breeze. But what about the words swallowing the precious sword and abandoning the famous bow? Without the beginning, how can there be the end? Without the beginning, how can there be the end? Ueno Nobita's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. If I'm not wrong, Ueno Nobita learned calligraphy from a female teacher, right? Fang Yan asked. After listening to Fang Yan's words, Ueno Nobita nodded, and then bowed 90 degrees to Fang Yan. He learned calligraphy from his mother, whose surname was Kono. She was the descendant of Kono Shirnin, one of the three geniuses who appeared in the calligraphy world when Toyotomi Hideyoshi unified the world in the Peach Mountain era. The world also called those three people the Three Strokes of Kuan Yong. Even the teachers and classmates at school didn't know who his mother was, and he had never mentioned it to anyone. However, Fang Yan, Wuxia's teacher, saw through it at a glance. Fang Yan helped Ueno Nobita up and said with a smile, if it was that lady who wrote this calligraphy, I would give her a higher evaluation. And what I said about the excessive rouge is not a weakness, but an advantage. Because this is a woman's characteristic. However, Ueno Nobita can't do it. You are a man. If you deliberately imitate that teacher's writing style, you will make a fundamental mistake. There is a difference between men and women. Women can't learn men's boldness, and men can't write women's gentleness and exquisiteness. No matter how hard you try. Am I right? A word is worth 1,000 gold. Ueno Nobita bowed again, thanking Fang Yan for his selfless guidance. He finally found the shortcomings of his calligraphy, which had a profound impact on his future development. Chapter 81. Calligraphy was like Buddhism, it was about enlightenment. Ueno Nobita's calligraphy was indeed beautiful, but he could feel that he had reached a bottleneck. He had reached the end of the road, but he could not find any other way out. They either stood still or walked back the way they came. Ueno Nobita did not want to see either. Today, Fang Yan's words had awakened him from his confusion and allowed him to have a clear understanding of the path ahead of him. He had found an exit and could gallop on another road. Was this not the happiest thing? The two bows represented two completely different meanings. The first was a courtesy to thank Fang Yan for his praise. The second time was filled with sincere gratitude and respect. Every word was worth 1,000 taels of gold. Seeing Fang Yan conquer Ueno Nobita with just a few words, Saburo Fujino's heart broke. What was wrong with these students? Why did they just give up and surrender so easily? What did I teach you all? Have you forgotten the samurai spirit? He had already lost the first round of the tea ceremony competition. If he were to lose the second round of the calligraphy competition, how could he face his Japanese parents? Saburo Fujino did not care about Ueno Nobita's attitude towards Fang Yan and said, Ueno Nobita's calligraphy is flawed, but is Rose Finch's student's calligraphy not flawed? Matsushima Ki also spoke up. That's right. Fang Yen sensei, you just commented on Ueno Nobita's calligraphy. Now you should also comment on Rose Finch's student's filial piety. Of course. Fang Yen nodded. To be honest, Xiao Pinqing wrote the word filial piety with the intention of using a trick. Because this is indeed the best word he has ever written. Of course, this is the mentality of any contestant. Ueno Nobita wrote, swallow the sword and abandon the bow. Did he not have the intention of using a trick? Yes. In his heart, he would naturally feel that these were the few words he had written the best. Wuxia culture is broad and profound. Countless people were researching, countless people were learning and imitating. Fujino, sensei in front of us, was also a learner and researcher of Chinese culture. He studied poetry, songs, zither, chess, poetry, painting, the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams. He studied everything he thought was worth studying. However, in my opinion, this research is only on the surface. It can't touch the core. What is the real culture of Wuxia? It was a traditional virtue that had been passed down for thousands of years. In 7 words, they were loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. These things could not be seen, nor could they be heard, but they were deeply embedded in the blood and marrow of every Wuxia citizen. As long as people were alive, they were alive. When a person dies, there will be countless successors. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Filial piety is a word that understands the shape and sound. The shape of this character was very ingenious. The upper half was half of the character Lao, while the lower half was the full character Z. The previous generation and the next generation merged into one. The son inherits the father, and the son can inherit his parents and follow his wishes. Fang Yen walked to the front of the bookshelf, pointed at Xiao Pinqing's calligraphy and said, let's look at the upper half of Xiao Pinqing's filial piety first. It is simple and unadorned, and the ink is vigorous. Doesn't it look like an old man with rich experience who dedicated his life to his children? Hearing Fang Yan's words, everyone admired it seriously. They really saw something different in this character. Kindness, sincerity, dedication, selflessness, and sadness. Fang Yan pointed at the lower half of the character and said, the old man is old, so he has a new son. Look at this upper half and the lower half, but only half of the character Lao is left. Where did the other half go? It was given to their children. Isn't that how parents are? The first half of their life is for themselves, and the second half is for their children. Just like the song, Where Has All Time Gone sings, you're old before you can enjoy your youth. You've had children for a lifetime, and your mind is full of children's tears and laughter. Xiao Pinqing's Z is vigorous and delicate, representing the prosperity of his son, and also representing the healthy growth of his son. The layout of this filial piety is grand, and the structure is clear. The ink is thick when it should be thick, and light when it should be light. The brush is heavy when it should be heavy, and light when it should be light. It has feelings, temperament, and structure. This is why I think Xiao Pinqing's calligraphy is better than Ueno Nobita's. Thank you, Mr. Fang, Xiao Pinqing said gratefully. Fang Yen waved his hand, looked at Lu Chaoga, Matsushima Ji, and Duan Yujun and said, Judges, I'm done with my comments. It's up to you to decide who is better and who is worse. Lu Chaoga and Matsushima Ji looked at each other. Lu Chaoga spoke first and said, Principal Matsushima, you are the guest, so you should comment first. Matsushima Ji refused and said, Mr. Duan should start first. Duan Yujun stood between the 2 writing tables, looked at Ueno Nobita's calligraphy, and then looked at Xiao Pinqing's calligraphy, looking hesitant. With so many people watching, the honest Duan Yujun was embarrassed to choose his family's calligraphy directly. To be honest, both works are good, Duan Yujun said. Both are good. It's much better than my handwriting. Everyone laughed and said, Boss Duan, everyone knows that their calligraphy is better than yours. The key is whose calligraphy is better. I choose filial piety, Duan Yujun said. Not to mention anything else, this word makes me feel close. Can an unfilial person still be human? Clatter. The students of Rosefinch Secondary applauded. Now one of the judges had turned to Xiao Pinqing, and Xiao Pinqing's victory was in sight. Matsushima-ji asked Lu Chaoga to comment again, and Lu Chaoga said without hesitation, I choose filial piety. I like the feeling of a father and son being connected. I sensed a very deep emotion from this piece of calligraphy. This feeling. Lu Chaoga looked sad and said, It's been a long time since we last met. Duan Yujun chose Xiao Pinqing's filial piety, and Lu Chaoga also chose Xiao Pinqing's filial piety. No matter how Matsushima-ji voted, Xiao Pinqing was already the winner of this calligraphy competition. Of course, this also had something to do with the judging system. Because Duan Yujun and Lu Chaoga were both Huaxia's people, they would be biased towards the Rosefinch Secondary contestants. It was human nature. Matsushima-ji sighed softly and did not speak. Ueno Nobita walked to Matsushima-ji and bowed deeply to him. Then he raised his head and said, Teacher, please grant me a request. What is it? Matsushima-ji asked. Give this vote to my opponent, Ueno Daxio said. I can feel the feelings he has when he wrote this calligraphy. I focus on the form, and he takes both the spirit and the form into consideration. In terms of calligraphy cultivation, I am not as good as him. Matsushima-ji pondered for a long time, then patted Ueno Nobita on the shoulder and said, Ueno Nobita, I promise you. Thank you, teacher. I'm sorry. I'm not. Ueno Nobita smiled honestly. Teacher, you can't imagine what I have gained from this trip to Huaxia. I can't wait to grind the ink and write. I can't wait to go back and tell my teacher, my mother, that I want to take a completely different path from her. She is herself, and I can't be her. I can only surpass her. Good. Very good. Matsushima-ji also smiled happily. Ueno Nobita, congratulations. Thank you, teacher. Ueno Nobita bowed again. Matsushima-ji looked back at Lu Chaoga and said, This vote is for filial piety. Clatter. The students all spontaneously applauded. Not only the students of Rosefinch Secondary, but even the teachers and students of Warren Secondary also applauded. In the second match, Rosefinch Secondary won again. It was lunchtime, and Duan Yujun insisted on inviting the teachers and students of both schools for lunch. This time, Lu Chaoga strongly refused, saying that she had already disturbed them today. The school would be responsible for the lunch, and the school had specially allocated funds to entertain the delegation of Warren. Both sides agreed that the third fencing match would be held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch, the students of the delegation would return to the hotel to rest for a while. In the dessert shop at the entrance of the campus, Fang Yan and Tang Qing sat opposite each other. Tang Qing held a cup of iced lemon green tea in his hand, his eyes looking around without focus, looking very bored. Student Tang Qing, have you thought about it? Fang Yan asked. Teacher Fang Yan, I have answered you several times. I'm not going. I have no interest in that kind of thing, Tang Qing said impatiently. What's your reason for refusing? I'm not interested. Why not? I don't like it. Student Tang Qing, the tea ceremony, calligraphy, and fencing matches between us and the Warren delegation have attracted the attention of the entire class and even the entire school. Although friendship comes first, competition comes second, everyone hopes to win these 3 matches. Because everyone knows that winning or losing not only concerns the school's dignity, but also the dignity of our entire Huaxia. If we lose these 3 matches, will our Huaxia lose its dignity? Tang Qing sneered. Student Tang Qing, I know you think this is a small matter, and you think that winning or losing doesn't matter. But I don't think so. We should do our best in any match. We can't easily give up any opportunity. We have to win, and we have to keep winning. We have to win our dignity, and we have to win our confidence. We have to win our own confidence, and we have to take away their confidence. I want them to have no chance of winning in every confrontation with us. I want them to be wary of us every time they fight us. The national defense of a country not only depends on the strength of the army, but also the invincible will and ambition of every Huaxia person. Fang Yan looked at Tang Qing with sincere eyes and said, Student Tang Qing, come out. Come out and help me win this match, and help yourself win this match. Chapter 82. Tang Cheng was silent, staring at Fang Yan with a burning gaze. If I don't agree, does that mean I'm not patriotic? Tang Cheng asked. Fang Yan was taken aback and said, I hope you can do this. It has nothing to do with patriotism or not. In that case, I still won't agree. Tang Cheng said with a sneer. Teacher Fang Yan, why should I agree? Why should I agree? You made me kneel to you in front of the whole class. You made me kneel to you in front of Qin Etienne. Now just because of a few words you said, just because of your bluff, I have to stand up and work for you? When you did that, did you think about my feelings? Did you think about how I'll face the strange looks of the students in the future? Did you think about what kind of gossip I'll encounter in the future? What's more hateful is, did you think about how I'll pass the harsh scrutiny of Qin Etienne? You can have whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Everyone in the world has to revolve around you. Do you think you're the hero of a novel? Teacher Fang Yan, I'm not an idiot. I won't do it, I won't do it. No matter how extravagant your words are to make people's blood boil, I won't agree to it. I just want to see you lose. You can easily take away other people's dignity. Why can't others take away your dignity? Anyway, this bet is between you and that Japanese teacher. What does it have to do with us? Tang Cheng took a sip of the iced lemon tea, moistened his throat, and said, Besides, aren't you very good at fighting? If you're so good, can you go by yourself? If you go, I guarantee that no one can beat you. Fang Yan nodded and said, That's true. If I go, who on their side will be a match for me? But I can't do that. My identity is a teacher. If I were to fight, even if I won, they wouldn't be convinced. They would even think that our school doesn't have any outstanding students. If there's really no other choice, they would only send a teacher to fight. I can bear this misunderstanding and humiliation, but I can't tolerate my students being belittled and belittled by them. Mr. Fang is really great. Tang Cheng had a conflict with Fang Yan on the first day he entered class 9, so he had a grudge against him, and was also on guard against him. Therefore, he didn't believe a single word that Fang Yan said. Besides, Fang Yan had already won 2 rounds in a row. If he won the 3rd round, wouldn't Qin Etienne think that he was different? Tang Cheng was having a headache now. He didn't understand what kind of feelings Qin Etienne had for Fang Yan. It was impossible to say that it was love. He knew that a girl like Qin Etienne would not easily fall in love with any man. If that wasn't the case, why did she treat Fang Yan differently from others? Tang Cheng used to think that his competitors were students. He didn't expect that even teachers would be included. It's really tiring to have a girlfriend who is too outstanding, Tang Cheng thought in his heart. He felt like he didn't want to love anymore. Fang Yan waved his hand, looking carefree as if he had nothing to do with fame and fortune. It doesn't matter if I'm great or not. I'm just doing something that I can do. They sent a student to fight, and we can only send one student to fight. We not only have to win, but we also have to win them to be convinced. We have to convince them with force, and then move them with virtue, slapping them twice and making them think that we're good people. Don't think too much. I'm not talking about you. You're my student. How can I hurt you like this? You can refuse. It's your right. No one has the right to interfere. Fang Yan sighed softly and said, However, what you said just now made me understand some of my shortcomings in my work. I'm still too young. I don't have rich experience as a student. If I changed the solution at that time, would the effect be better? This is something that I need to reflect and improve. Tang Cheng looked at Fang Yan in surprise. This guy is so easy to talk to? Is he indirectly apologizing to me? Do you think an apology can buy people's hearts? Impossible, Tang Cheng said. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to apologize. I'm thinking, if I slapped you twice on the spot that day? Or if I directly knocked you down to the ground? Or, Fang Yan, Tang Cheng shouted angrily. Is there anyone who begs people like this? Don't be angry. Let me finish. Fang Yan tried to persuade him. Isn't it better to be angry together? If I do that, you'll lose face and dignity. There won't be so many little girls around you anymore. The school hunk will no longer be you. Isn't that better? Fang Yan, don't go too far. Tang Cheng clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Fang Yan looked at Tangqing's fists and said, Tangqing, I can't fight the Japanese student, but can't I hit you? You can't beat me at all. You know this better than anyone else. If you were me, what would you do when your own student takes the initiative to provoke you and humiliate you in front of everyone, or do something even more miserable? Pretend as if nothing had happened. Before I made you kneel. Even if I wanted to think so, you might not agree to do it, right? I don't do anything? Kneel when you say so? Let you slap my face when you say so? Have whatever you want? You can do whatever you want? Have everyone in the world revolve around you? Do you think you're the male lead in a novel? Tangqing was furious. Fang Yan actually dared to repeat his own words. This shameless plagiarist. There's a cause and there's an effect. Revenge must be taken. I'm a teacher and you're a student. I welcome people with a smile, but you want to show off your uniqueness as soon as you come in. This is something that no teacher can accept, right? If you hate me because of this, I can only say that your thinking is too immature. If you're really mature, you should work hard to learn and beat me up. Look, you can't argue with me and you don't dare to beat me up. Someone like you has the nerve to be praised as the school hunk. If I were born 2 or 3 years later, what do you think would happen to you in Tangqing and Rosefinch Secondary? You'd just be a minion following behind me. As a teacher, I firmly oppose campus romance. The most important thing for a student is to learn. Of course, I know you may not be willing to listen to me. Qin Etian stood up and won the tea ceremony. Xiao Pinqing stood up and won the calligraphy competition. Tangqing, if others know your choice, what do you think they will think of you? Do you think it's shameful for me to ask you to kneel down in public? Fang Yan sneered. That's not it. Far from it. Soon you'll know what kind of behavior is the most shameful thing. I'm not trying to put a label on you, nor am I trying to oppress you with my power. Tangqing, I don't like you. And sometimes I even hate you. However, there's something I have to tell you. People living in this world must understand the true meaning of the phrase, a wise man's words are a fearful thing. This is my good intention, I hope you can accept it. After saying so much, let's review the first question. Tangqing, are you willing to stand up and accept the challenge? Tangqing's mouth was slightly open, unsure of how to answer the question. Fang Yan's fingers gently tapped the surface of the table twice and said, I've been sitting in front of you for a long time, but you've never offered to buy me a glass of fruit juice. I'm also too embarrassed to buy it myself. That would make me look like a failure as a teacher. Tangqing, in terms of respecting your teacher, you're really bad at it. I need to deduct your conduct points to remind you. After saying that, Fang Yan got up and left. Tangqing stared at the half-filled cup of iced lemon tea in his hand, dumbfounded. Due to the 2 losses in the morning, Saburo Fujino was no longer as arrogant when he saw Fang Yan. His attitude was also not as tough. He took the initiative to greet Fang Yan and said with a smile, Teacher Fang Yan, today's weather is quite good. Fang Yan raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. He thought to himself that it might rain soon. Autumn in Flower City was a rainy season. Moreover, there were many showers. 1 minute, the sun was shining brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it would be raining cats and dogs. Naturally, Fang Yan did not reject Saburo's good intentions. He said, Indeed. Today's weather is quite good. Friendship first, competition second. This trip to Wuxia has given us a rich harvest. I believe that through this series of exchange activities, we will be able to deepen the friendship between our 2 schools, allowing the students to promote each other and improve together. This will allow them to become useful talents for society and humanity as a whole. Isn't this the real purpose of us holding these exchange activities? Yes, that is the case. Fang Yan nodded his head. That is what we think as well. Then the afternoon match. Should we cancel the afternoon match? Fang Yan asked. Of course, if Teacher Fujino strongly requests it, we have no objections. After all, we must respect the true thoughts of our guests. Besides, winning 2 matches in a row in the morning has already made us feel embarrassed. The leaders of the school and I have been hesitating. For this 3rd match, should we continue to win? If we were to do so, would it be a breach of etiquette? etiquette and face, there are times when it is difficult to choose. However, Teacher Fujino's suggestion has solved our problem. So I will go report this to the school leaders. Is that all? We don't want our 3 consecutive wins to affect the deep friendship between our 2 schools. Of course, this will also affect Wu Ren's confidence. As the host of this event, we have to think more comprehensively and in the long term. To what we do and do things, we need to finish. Is that not the case? Saburo Fujino looked at Fang Yan and said with a smile, I have heard that Rosefinch does not have a tradition of practicing swordsmanship. Could it be that Sensei Fang Yan wants to invite an expert from outside to accept the challenge? If that is the case, then we will have to surrender. This is Wuxia. If you want to find 3 to 5 experts, it will not be an issue. Fang Yan's face turned serious and he said, Our Rosefinch does not have a tradition of practicing swordsmanship. However, that does not mean that our school does not have any experts. Sensei Fujino, you can insult me, but you cannot belittle my students. In view of your unkind words, I have decided to challenge you. Let's duel the 2 of us in the 3rd round of the fencing competition. I am just a scholar without the strength to even truss a chicken. However, the integrity of a scholar does not allow me to take even half a step back. Life or death is up to fate. I am willing to sign a blood contract with you. Listening to Fang Yan's words, Saburo Fujino's heart was slightly moved. Fang Yan was taller than him, but he was not as big as him. Additionally, he was someone who paid more attention to training himself and had learned a few moves of Taekwondo. If he could openly beat up Fang Yan in front of everyone, he would be able to vent his anger and his students would certainly be inspired. However, he quickly rejected this tempting idea. After 2 days of contact, he felt that Fang Yan was a very cunning fellow. For him to take the initiative to challenge him meant that he must have a plan in mind. If he were to agree to his proposal, wouldn't he be walking right into his trap? I am not that stupid, Saburo Fujino thought to himself. He looked at Fang Yan with a straight face and said, This is just my personal concern. I do not have any intention of belittling Rosefinch's students. In my eyes, Rosefinch's students are very outstanding and lovable. I am afraid that some teachers would only covet the glory of victory and bring in experts from outside the school to participate in the competition. In this way, even if they were to win the competition, the students would be disappointed. Face projects will only harm themselves and others. Just say it. Do you want to accept my challenge or not? Fang Yan said impatiently. I am a teacher. This kind of matter should naturally be handled by my students. I believe in them, just like how they are willing to believe in me, Saburo Fujino said. This is a show for the students. I will not snatch away the opportunity that belongs to them. Fang Yan looked at Saburo Fujino in surprise and said, I thought only our school's director Li Mingqiang would be able to say such high-sounding words. It turns out that Teacher Fujino is even better than Director Li. What did you say? Teacher Fujino, you understand what I mean, Fang Yan smiled. We are both language teachers. Our ability to understand words is deeper than others. Isn't that right? Saburo Fujino felt like hitting someone again. He said, There is no point in talking so much. Let's get ready for the competition. Our team members have already been chosen. What about your team members? They have already been chosen, Fang Yan said confidently. The kendo competition will be held in the school's taekwondo dojo. Like the art club, calligraphy club, literature club and gaming club. This was a club established by several students who loved taekwondo. Later, as the number of students participating increased, the school opened a dojo specifically for the taekwondo club to provide training for the students. When the members of Wuren's delegation saw the logo of the taekwondo dojo, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Saburo Fujino glanced at Fang Yan and said with a smile, Teacher Fang Yan, could it be that the people of Wuxia are more committed to promoting the development of taekwondo? Wuxia preserves its own unique cultural characteristics and is also willing to accept some foreign cultures. As long as it is of good quality and beneficial to our citizens, We are happy to accept and promote it, Fang Yan said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Regardless of what kind of culture it is, it will only become a part of our Wuxia country, and cannot replace the mainstream culture. Some people like to eat steak and spaghetti, but have you seen any Wuxia family that eats steak and spaghetti every day? Rice, steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables and stew are our common dishes. We have such confidence. Saburo Fujino smiled and no longer said anything. He knew that he was no match for Fang Yan when it came to bickering. The Taekwondo dojo was not closed to outsiders due to the competition today. Therefore, many students in Taoist attire could be seen practicing inside. Saburo Fujino pursed his lips when he saw the moves of the students, and did not say anything. The president of the Taekwondo club, Luo Yi, walked over and took the initiative to greet Lu Chaoga. He smiled and said, "Principal Lu, the venue has been prepared. You can start at any time." Luo Yi was a high school student, and an influential figure in the school. He was very familiar with some of the school's leaders and teachers. Her attitude towards Lu Xiaoga was one of respect and intimacy, unlike the other students who were afraid and reserved. Lu Xiaoga nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Principal Lu, you are too polite. We are also a part of Rosefinch Secondary and should do our part for the school." Luo Yi glanced at the Warren inspection team and thought to himself, "I wonder if there are any experts on their side. I hope that the competition will not be too disappointing." Chiba Haomu stepped forward. Saburo Fujino shouted in Japanese. As soon as he finished speaking, a short boy wearing a Japanese school uniform walked out from the crowd. The boy was about 1.6 meters tall. When he walked, his body swayed from side to side. His posture looked a little strange, but his steps were light and natural. His footsteps were light and quick, and his white cloth shoes made almost no sound when he stepped on the wooden floor. The boy had a cute baby face and the shape of his face was somewhat similar to Chiba Haomu's. Fang Yan looked at Chiba Haomu's expression, and noticed that when she looked at Chiba Haomu, there was a gentle smile on her face. They should be siblings, Fang Yan guessed. Chiba Haomu noticed Fang Yan's gaze and nodded at him with a smile. He did not know if it was just a greeting or an affirmation that his guess was correct. Fang Yan smiled and quickly turned his head away. If someone with ulterior motives saw this, they would think that he was seducing a Japanese student. Chiba Haomu's brother naturally has the surname Chiba as well, Fang Yan thought to himself. He felt that the surname was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. North Star One Blade style? These shiny words suddenly popped up in Fang Yan's mind. North Star One Blade style was a very popular swordsmanship school in Japan during the late Edo period. Its founder was Chiba Shisaku, the first master of the Chiba family, and the founder of North Star One Blade style. North Star One Blade style set up the Black Martial Dojo in Nyanbashi, Edo. Together with Kishin Mishiryu's Scholar Gakuen Dojo and Shin Noryu's Warrior Training Dojo. They were known as the three great dojos of Edo. Didn't that old drunkard and his family specifically mention North Star One Blade style when he was explaining the world of swordsmanship? Their founder's surname was Chiba. So, what relationship did Chiba Haomu and her brother have with the Chiba family? Chapter 84. Fang Yan's guess was right. Chiba Keiru and Chiba Haomu were really siblings, and they were indeed the descendants of Chiba Josua. The North Star Ito-ryu was a famous Japanese sword technique that had been passed down for hundreds of years. As a girl, Chiba Kaori was more inclined to enjoy the visual and sensory aspects of the tea ceremony. Chiba Takeshi was a male descendant of the Chiba family. He had been trained by the family in swordsmanship and physical fitness since he was young. Both of them studied at Warren High School, a famous private school in Japan. Both of them were well-known figures in the school. Chiba Kaori was gentle, beautiful, and had an outstanding temperament. She was also the president of the school's tea ceremony club. She was the undisputed goddess of the school. Her status in Warren Senior High School was similar to that of Chin Etienne in Rosefinch. As for Chiba Haomu, he was adorable and skilled in swordsmanship. He was very popular with both boys and girls, and he had a group of hardcore supporters. This time, Saburo Fujino had taken the initiative to issue a challenge. Additionally, he had declared that he wanted to compete with Fang Yan in the way of tea, calligraphy, and fencing. Truth be told, he had dug a big hole for Fang Yan. Saburo Fujino had a clear understanding of the strength of his team members. They had a world-class tea master, a calligraphy master, and a kendo expert. If they were to compete in these 3 areas, wouldn't they be able to win 3 out of 3 matches? They would be able to trample Wuxia's team into the mud, leaving not even their bones behind. He did not guess the beginning correctly, nor could he guess the ending correctly. Chiba Kaori, whom he had high hopes for, had lost. Ueno Nobita had also lost. Now he had placed all his hopes on Chiba Haomu. Teacher. Chiba Takeshi stood before Saburo Fujino. Saburo Fujino patted Chiba Haomu's shoulder. He wanted to say something, but there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. After a long while he calmed down a little and said in a deep voice, "Please win." Chiba Haomu nodded with a smile and said, "I understand, teacher." Chiba Haomu understood. All the members of the Wu Ren inspection team understood. They had already lost 2 rounds. If they lost the last round as well, then they would be shaved bald by Wuxia. This was a great humiliation. Hence, the other students of Wu Ren University gathered around them. "Good martial arts, good luck. Good fight. You must win. Chinya is good at martial arts. We believe in you." Chiba-san walked up to Chiba Haomu and smiled silently. "Just do your best." "No, sister, I want to win." Chiba Haomu also smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. What an adorable boy. Win back what you lost. The smile on Chiba Kaori's face gradually faded. She seriously looked into Chiba Haomu's eyes and said, "Little brother, don't mess around. This is war," Chiba Haomu said. "Sister, there must be a winner and a loser in a war. If it wasn't like that, then the battle between martial artists would have lost its meaning." "But, sister, no buts. Our family motto is courage and wisdom." Without hesitation, Saburo Fujino looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Teacher Fang Yan, our team members have stepped forward. How long are you going to hide your contestants?" Hua. A wooden door was pushed open from the inside. Tangcheng, dressed in a white Taoist robe, walked out with a wooden sword in his hand. He said in a clear voice, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Clatter. The students of Rosefinch Secondary immediately applauded. "Tangcheng is so handsome. His outfit is really not bad. As expected of the school hunk. I can't help but admire him. I knew it was Tangcheng. I heard that Tangcheng's kung fu is very powerful." It had to be said that this kid, Tangcheng, was praised by the girls of Rosefinch Secondary as the school hunk. He really did have some skill. Not to mention his dazzling results and outstanding skills. Just the way he walked out in the white Taoist robe of the Taekwondo club while holding a wooden sword gave people the feeling of a handsome and elegant young man. His slender figure, exquisite facial features, and the natural arrogance he exuded made him really attractive to young girls. Fang Yan walked in front of Tangcheng and said with a smile, "Have you thought it through?" "I didn't come for you," Tangcheng said. "If you think that I'm participating in this competition because of you, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. It doesn't matter who you came for. As long as you stand here today, you will be my good student." Fang Yan patted Tangcheng's shoulder. Tangcheng frowned. In the end, he did not slap away Fang Yan's restless palm in front of everyone. The members of both sides were in place. Tangcheng had already changed his attire and was ready to fight. Fang Yan looked at Saburo Fujino and said, "Let your team members go in and change their clothes." Saburo Fujino said a few words to Chiba Haomu. Chiba Haomu nodded and followed Luo-e to the changing room where the new Taoist robes were prepared. When Chiba Haomu came out wearing a black Taoist robe and holding a wooden sword of his choice, the match was about to begin. Luo-e was the president of the Taekwondo club and the only judge for this competition. Fencing was different from other competitions. The winner and loser were clear at a glance. Therefore, there was no need for too many judges to vote. Luo-e stood between the two of them and said in English that they could understand. "Do you want to wear protective gear?" Both Tangcheng and Chiba Haomu shook their heads and refused. They did not have the habit of wearing protective gear. Since both sides have chosen not to wear protective gear, then I would like to propose 3 rules. First, you are not allowed to stab your opponent's vital parts. Second, the winning side is not allowed to kill anyone. Most importantly, when I say stop, you must stop immediately. He was afraid that the 2 of them would fight to the death. If that happened, things would become difficult to deal with. Although they were both using wooden swords, their fists could kill people. Not to mention, the wooden swords in the hands of these experts were not much different from real iron swords. Both Tangqing and Chiba Haomu nodded to show that they understood. Luo Yi took 3 steps back and said, "Members from both sides salute." Tangqing and Chiba Haomu bowed to each other and performed the traditional etiquette. "Ready!" Luo Yi shouted. After the 2 of them had finished their preparations, Luo Yi shouted, "Ready!" Chiba Haomu was dressed in a black robe. He raised the wooden sword in his hand high, as though he wanted to cleave his opponent from head to toe. This was his usual starting stance, and it was also the stance that could best showcase his swordsmanship. Moreover, this move of his had a very famous name. It was called Silent Victory. The so-called silent duel meant that after the battle began, the victor would be decided before the bamboo blades in their hands struck each other. The other party didn't even have the chance to hit their own side, much less win. This move was imparted to the famous swordsman Takeyanagi Asashiro. Takeyanagi Asashiro was Chiba Haomu's opponent, but Chiba Haomu liked Takeyanagi Asashiro's fighting style very much. He had especially learned it. Tangqing was dressed in white. He looked relaxed and casual as he sized up the Rosefinch secondary team. The match was about to begin, but Qin Yitian hadn't arrived yet. This made him feel both regretful and disappointed. One had to know that before he decided to participate in this competition, he had specially sent a message to Qin Yitian. Could it be that Qin Yitian's phone ran out of battery and was powered off? There were 3 ways to attack in Sword Dao: killer sword, killer move, and killing aura. Chiba Haomu's killing intent was released as he was ready to strike. His adorable face turned serious, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He looked at Tangqing with killing intent. He was only waiting for an opportunity to kill in one strike. At this moment, Chiba Haomu was cold, completely different from the image he usually gave others. If the usual Chiba Haomu was an innocent and cute bunny, the current Chiba Haomu was like a wolf on the hunt. Qin Yitian wasn't here, so the battle still had to continue. Tangqing was amused when he saw Chiba Haomu's expression. This kid is quite serious. He looks like he wants to kill someone. When the corners of Tangqing's mouth curled up, Chiba Haomu's chance had arrived. This was because he knew very well that when a person smiled, it was also when they were at their most relaxed. When the mood was relaxed, the body would naturally relax. This was the perfect time to defeat his opponent. Chiba Haomu slashed out with his sword, and the wind whistled like a flute. This was the sound of the bamboo sword cutting through the air. The sword hilt and blade were burning hot as if they were about to be burned. When an expert made a move, it was obvious whether he was skilled or not. The speed of the sword, the strong airflow caused by the friction in the air, and the aura that enveloped his entire body were enough to make people's hearts tremble. An expert. This guy was definitely an expert. Moreover, he wasn't an expert in the field of student fights. He wasn't the president of the Taekwondo club, nor was he the #1 in Huaqing. His opponent was a professional, an adult, and an expert with sharp sword skills that could kill. Tangqing was born into a family of armed escorts, and there were also experts in his family who practiced swordsmanship. The way they drew their swords was exactly the same as the one in front of him. In fact, after experiencing it for himself, this Japanese boy who smiled shyly just now was even more powerful. Tangqing raised his sword to meet the attack. Crack. The 2 swords collided, and the wooden sword in Tangqing's hand broke into 2. Although both swords were wooden, one was the attacker, and the other was the interceptor. One side had accumulated enough strength and momentum, while the other only wanted to block the attack. The T had spirit, and the sword had murderous intent. Chiba Haomu's wooden sword had murderous intent, while Tangqing's didn't. Intent against intent, murderous intent against no murderous intent. And the one without murderous intent was naturally not a match for the other. Chiba Haomu seemed to have predicted this scene. After he broke the wooden sword in Tongqing's hand, he didn't retract his sword force, nor did he release his sword energy. The sword continued to slash downwards, aiming straight for Tongqing's head. "Don't!" The crowd shouted loudly. Some of the more timid girls couldn't help but close their eyes. They didn't dare to watch the tragedy that was about to happen. With Chiba Haomu's current momentum, if Tongqing's head was hit, it would definitely be split in half. Chapter 85. Wielding a killing sword in his hand, his intent was to kill the hearts of others. Chiba Haomu had grasped the essence of swordsmanship, learned sword techniques, nurtured killing intent, and was known as a high-level swordsman. At such a young age, he was able to attain such a level of attainment in swordsmanship. This was truly an amazing feat as expected of someone from a famed swordsmanship sect. With hundreds and thousands of years of experience, it was only natural for them to have a complete set of methods to cultivate high-quality talents. In this era, not only did they need to rely on their fathers, they also needed to rely on their grandfathers. This caused Fang Yan to become extremely furious. If even birth was unequal, what fairness could there be in this world? After thinking about his own life experience, the anger within Fang Yan's heart gradually dissipated. There were some things that they could not decide on. He himself felt quite helpless about it. After cutting down the wooden sword in Tongqing's hand, Chiba Haomu's sword momentum did not dissipate. Instead, he increased his speed and pursued after Tongqing's head. If he were to land a direct hit, Tongqing's head would likely be cut into two, just like the wooden sword. "Don't!" the spectators cried out. Even Saburo Fujino, Matsushima Maki and the others were terrified. Although they wanted to win this match, they had no intention of injuring the students of the Fellowship Academy. If something were to happen to the students of Rosefinch Secondary, they would not be able to answer to their superiors when they return. Naturally, whether or not they would be able to return was a question that they would have to consider. Fang Yan frowned. This kid's swordsmanship is not bad, but his killing intent is too heavy. His sword move was a simple one. From the moment he cut down Tongqing's wooden sword to the moment he aimed for Tongqing's head, he did not change his move at all. However, his attack was faster and more ferocious. It appeared as though he would not rest until he managed to cut down Tongqing. Although Fang Yan did not have a good impression of Chiba Haomu, he did not shout out to stop him. He had tested out Tongqing's strength. If Tongqing could not dodge this attack, then he would be too disappointing. Mentality. The most important thing was one's mentality. If Tongqing remained indifferent, then Qianya Hao would undoubtedly be the winner of this duel. Luo Yi did not exercise the referee's right to stop the match. Originally, he had a cynical attitude, thinking that this was just a child's game. It was really boring. Luo Yi and Tongqing were friends, so he was quite clear about Tongqing's skills. If it weren't for the fact that Tongqing didn't like these troublesome things, the Taekwondo dojo would have been overturned by him countless times. He had sparred with Tongqing before, so he knew how big the gap between him and Tongqing was. He was just a hobby, but Tongqing was a professional. If the swordsmen chosen by the East Asians were not strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to cut vegetables for Tongqing. It wasn't until Chiba Haomu's sword cut straight at Tongqing's head that he felt a little burned. This was how war should be. Tongqing did not disappoint Fang Yan and Luo Yi's expectations. At the beginning, he was a little careless. Compared with the opponent standing in front of him, he was more concerned about whether Qin Yitian came to watch his match. Of course, it was necessary to defeat his opponent. He just hoped that when he defeated his opponent, his goddess Qin Yitian happened to be watching from the side. When he defeated his opponent, Qin Yitian could say, "Tongqing is so handsome," or smile sweetly at him. Just a smile was enough. However, Qin Yitian did not show up at the match. This made him feel extremely disappointed. When he was in a bad mood, he couldn't help but feel a little down. When he saw the serious look on his opponent's face, he felt a little funny. It was also at this time that Chiba Hao launched an attack. When Tongqing's wooden sword broke, he was lost for a moment. Before his brain could react, His body had already made the necessary response. He gripped the broken hilt with his right hand and used the hard hilt to block Chiba Hao's wooden sword. His left hand had already grabbed the broken slender sword that had yet to fall to the ground. Clang! Tongqing's wrist strength was amazing. When he blocked Chiba Hao's slash with one hand, his left hand grabbed the wooden sword and stabbed it at Chiba Hao's abdomen. When these two guys fought, they would not stop until one of them died. Chiba Hao knew that he had met an expert with extremely strong reflexes, so his sword would be useless. He retracted his sword and retreated. Only then did the distance between the two widen. Chiba Hao gripped his sword with both hands again and raised it high above his head. Tangqing looked at the broken sword in his hand with a serious expression. His eyes also became unprecedentedly serious. They knew that his opponent was an expert worthy of respect. Tangqing, do you want to change your sword? Luoyi asked. He was the referee, so he was naturally willing to make things easier for Tangqing. Luoyi could also see that Chiba Hao was very powerful. If Tangqing kept using a broken sword, he might really be taken advantage of by this Japanese. Tangqing shook his head. No need. If he doesn't change his sword, I won't either. Be careful, Luoyi warned. He didn't force the issue. Tangqing threw the broken sword in his left hand to the ground, leaving only the broken sword in his right hand. The wooden sword split down the middle. Part of it fell off, while the other part remained on the hilt. Thus, the sword hilt became a sharp dagger. Using a short sword against a long sword would definitely be disadvantageous in terms of distance and gravity. However, as long as Tangqing could get close to Chiba Hao and attack him at close range, the long sword in Chiba Hao's hand would become a burden. Clang! The two charged at the same time. Chiba Hao did the same thing as before, slashing down with 180 degrees of gravity. The difference was that he was faster, and the angle of his attack was more strange and tricky, making it difficult to guard against. Tangqing dodged to the side, the short sword in his hand stabbing toward Chiba Hao's left ribs. So, the long sword in Chiba Hao's hand quickly changed from a heavy slash to a horizontal slash, slashing toward Tangqing's neck. Tangqing's steps were graceful, and his body had already moved out of the attack range of the wooden sword. Both of them were young and full of vigor, wanting to win this match. Chiba Hao's advantage lay in his speed and ruthlessness, while Tangqing's advantage lay in his agility and steadiness. The two of them fought with speed, and the flashes of their swords and blades dazzled the onlookers. Fang Yin glanced at Saburo Fujino, who was standing beside him, and found that he was staring at Tangqing with a surprised look on his face. Clearly, he didn't expect that a random student that Fang Yin had found would have such ability. He was actually able to fight invincible Wu Ren's Chiba Hao to a draw. Originally, he thought that Chen Xiaolian was scheming against him. Could it be that Chen Xiaolian wanted to make him sad again? Saburo Fujino noticed that Fang Yin was looking at him and asked in a whisper, "This student, is he Rosefinch's student?" Of course. Fang Yin nodded his head with absolute certainty. His name is Tangqing. You can take a look at the list of students in our class. As Fang Yin spoke, he pulled out a list from his pocket. Pointing at number 42 Tangqing, he said, "That's him." "He is the last one?" Saburo Fujino's small eyes began to spin. Could it be that he had deliberately added Tangqing's name on the list in order to deal with my inspection? "I know what you are suspecting." As Fang Yin spoke, he pulled out a student ID card from his pocket and said, "Look, this is student Tangqing's student ID card." Saburo Fujino accepted the student ID card and inspected it. It was indeed Tangqing's photo. His name and other information were all authentic. But isn't this student ID card a little too new? Did it just get done? It was true that Tangqing's student ID card had just been completed. He had been transferred from Class 1 to Class 9. Naturally, he needed to report it to the school. The school would also need to issue a new student ID card for him. Fang Yin knew that Saburo Fujino was a paranoid person. Be it Qin Etienne, Xiao Pinqing or Tangqing, any one of these students would be an outstanding talent. How could they just happen to be in Class 9? Thus, Fang Yin had made preparations in advance. He had brought along the relevant ID cards of these students. Weren't you suspicious? You are welcome to check it out. Of course, this time, it was fortunate that Qin Etian had been transferred to Class 9 in advance because of him. As for Tangcheng, he had been transferred to Class 9 in order to follow Qin Etian. Without the help of these two experts, Fang Yan would not have so easily agreed to compete with the Wuren inspection team in the way of tea and fencing. In the past, the school would let the students of Class 1 be in charge of receiving inspection teams from outside the school. A straw in the wind. From the performance of Qin Etian and Tangcheng, Class 1 was indeed full of talents and elites. What Fang Yan did not know was that Qin Etian and Tangcheng were originally the top 3 students in Class 1. They were elites that the teachers of Class 1 treated like treasures. The two of them skipped Class 1 after the other, causing Class 1's teacher in charge to be heartbroken. He hated Fang Yan to the core. If it were not for Lu Chaoga speaking up for Fang Yan, Class 1's teacher in charge would have long since jumped out and thrown a pair of white gloves at Fang Yan's face. It was just done, Fang Yan answered honestly. The smile on Saburo Fujino's face grew wider and he said, "Then is there such a possibility? Tangcheng was not originally a student in your class? Is he a student from another class or school? For the sake of this competition, did you specially invite him over?" Fang Yan looked at Saburo Fujino with a smile and said, "Fujino-sensei's questioning expression is truly amusing. Like a cute woman." "Teacher Fang Yan, what do you mean by that?" Saburo Fujino stared at Fang Yan warily. This fellow could not possibly have that kind of hobby, right? "I am a decent person. I have heard that there are 2 types of women. Those who are good-looking but unreasonable, and those who are not good-looking but unreasonable. I feel that Teacher Fujino is very similar to the second type of woman." Fang Yan. Saburo Fujino was truly furious. He could still accept being called a woman. However, calling him an ugly woman was beyond the limits of what he could accept. "Teacher Fujino, are you a sore loser?" Fang Yan asked with a straight face. Chapter 86. Who is a sore loser? Saburo Fujino was like a rabbit that had its tail stepped on as he screamed out. If that is not the case, why would Teacher Fujino keep picking on such minor flaws? I cannot help but suspect that Teacher Fujino is looking for an excuse for his own failure. Fang Yan sneered. Seeing the 2 clowns bickering again, Lu Chaoga gave them a glance before turning her attention back to the intense battle taking place in the middle of the arena. Matsushima Ki shook his head. He was helpless against these 2 fellows. "I am afraid that you will cheat," Saburo Fujino said with confidence. "This is your territory. Who knows what kind of arrangements you will make in order to win? This is a classic example of measuring the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick," Fang Yan said with a ridiculing tone. "Did anyone invite you to listen in on Class 9? Saburo Fujino thought about it. Back then, Vice Principal Matsushima Ki was the one who suggested to listen in on Class 9. When Matsushima Ki saw that Fang Yan was able to become Rosefinch's language teacher at such a young age, he became curious and suggested to listen in on Class 9. In other words, it was a random inspection and no one had arranged for it. "No," Saburo Fujino said. "Who suggested the tea ceremony, calligraphy, and fencing competitions?" "It was me." "If that is the case, shouldn't I be the one questioning the school's deliberate arrangements? Why are you questioning us?" Fang Yan said with a chuckle. He pointed at Chiba Kaoru Ueno Nobita and Chiba Haomu, who was brandishing his sword. "Do you dare swear to all the deities of the 2 countries that they are not the candidates that you have arranged in advance? Or is it because you already knew that there was such an expert in your team? That's why you deliberately proposed these 3 competitions? Our school has many talents. It is not just these 3 competitions." Saburo Fujino said stubbornly. He was not willing to admit that he had planned this out, and the result was a painful truth. "Is that so? Then shall we add 3 more competitions?" Fang Yan said with a smile. Saburo Fujino did not dare to agree. Rosefinch had won 2 of the 3 matches he had arranged in advance. If Rosefinch proposed the competition, would they still have a chance of winning? It was one thing for others to humiliate him, but did he have to humiliate himself as well? "What? Are you unwilling? I don't have enough time to arrange it." Saburo Fujino finally found a plausible excuse. We're going back tomorrow. A student's homework cannot be delayed. You see, you have all taken advantage of us, but Fujino-sensei is still suspicious of us. If you really think that there's something wrong with the 3 students I've chosen, their student files and information are all in the school's archives. You can check them at any time. This can't be faked, right? However, I'd like to ask, are the 20 students from the Wuren delegation all in the same class? Naturally not, Saburo Fujino replied. We are selecting based on merit. It's the same every year. This is Wu Ren's rule. Exactly. You will select outstanding students from the entire school, or even the entire country to form a team. We are only selecting students from Wuren High School to be sent out, Saburo Fujino corrected. Who selected students from all over the country to participate in the competition. Was there a need for that? Who knows what happened to you all in Japan? I have no way of checking their student IDs and files. Fang Yan waved his hand. Saburo Fujino felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest. The feeling of being drenched in blood. You are sending outstanding students from all over the country to compete against students from the same class. Do you feel guilty for doing this? Fang Yan said with righteous indignation. Although we know that this is unfair to us, we did not refuse. Why? Because we consider you all as our guests, our close comrades. But Fujino-sensei, how did you treat us? Is this how East Asians treat their friends? I'm sorry. Saburo Fujino was deeply moved, and he blurted out those 3 words. After saying those words, Saburo Fujino reacted. Why did I have to apologize to him? This fellow's stomach is full of evil tricks. Who knows which of his words is the truth and which is the lie? Fujino-sensei, you are able to recognize your own mistakes and be a narrow-minded person. Moreover, you are willing to sincerely apologize to me. Fang Yan held Saburo Fujino's hand and said with a sincere face, I will consider accepting your offer. As the 2 of them were bickering, the battle between Chiba Haomu and Tangcheng had reached its climax. Luo Yi followed closely behind Chiba Haomu and Tangcheng, shouting incessantly. Occasionally he would even shout out words like good sword, despicable sword. It was as though he was the one participating in the battle. The baby-faced Chiba Haomu had entered a berserk state. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were sharp. The black Taoist robes he wore fluttered in the wind. Every step he took forward or backward would cause the wind to howl. He had inherited the essence of the North Star one-blade style. His sword attacks were simple, but the angles were strange. Every one of his sword attacks was aimed at the vital spots of his opponent. Add that to his ghostly speed when moving at full speed. It was impossible to defend against his attacks. Tangcheng's deep foundation came in handy at this moment. He was able to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanging. His body was tall and his movements were slow. Standing there, he was like a target, allowing Chiba Haomu to attack him from all directions, making him extremely busy. Tangcheng changed his strategy. Originally, he had wanted to fight Chiba Haomu with speed and end the battle in the shortest amount of time possible. That way, he would look more handsome. However, when he found that he could not defeat Chiba Haomu in a short amount of time, and that Chiba Haomu was better at speed than him, he knew that something was amiss. Rhythm. Everyone had their own unique rhythm. This was also the rhythm that they were best at. Chiba Haomu liked speed, but Tangcheng's foundation was solid. Additionally, his swordsmanship was methodical, making it more suitable for him to stay still. He could not follow Chiba Haomu's rhythm. He wanted to control the rhythm himself. Or rather, he wanted to make full use of his own rhythm. Thus, it became a situation where one was fast on the offense, and the other was slow on the defense. It was precisely because both of them made full use of what they were good at that the battle was so exciting. Desh. The long sword in his hand swung down with great force, aiming for Tangcheng's face. Tangcheng blocked the attack with his short dagger. He took a few steps forward and directly crashed into Chiba Haomu's chest. Chiba Haomu's sword was raised in the air. His chest was empty, and he lost control of his inner line. However, he changed his moves extremely quickly and viciously. Whoosh! The wooden sword in his hand made a 180-degree turn. Initially, the tip of the sword was pointing outwards, but when he hooked his wrist, the tip of the sword stabbed at Tangqing, who was in his arms. To an onlooker, it was almost a suicidal move. If he was holding a real sword in his hand, then when he stabbed Tangqing's body, it would be inevitable that he would also stab himself. However, he knew the characteristics of a wooden sword very well. He knew the weight of the sword and the speed at which he attacked, and what kind of damage he would inflict on his opponent. Clang! Tangqing once again blocked the tip of the long sword with the hilt of the sword and slammed his elbow backward. Chiba Haomu had two choices now. He could either endure the elbow attack and persist in stabbing his longsword into Tangqing's chest, or he could dodge the elbow attack and his suicidal attack would be nullified at the same time. Chiba Haomu chose the former. In a battle where both sides were evenly matched, the only thing left to do was to make a choice. A smart person would kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of himself, while a fool would kill 800 enemies at the cost of 1,000 injuries. Victory and defeat would be decided in this way. He could withstand the elbow attack, but he believed that Tangqing would not be able to withstand the full force of his piercing technique. Ugh! Chiba Haomu grunted. His upper body fell backwards, but his lower body was unusually stable. Creak! The tip of the long sword in his hand moved forward with unstoppable force, grinding against the hilt. The tip of the sword inched closer to Tangqing's chest. As long as it pierced through, Tangqing would instantly lose the ability to fight. Of course, he would lose the ability to fight forever. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The wooden sword in Chiba Haomu's hand fell to the ground. He clutched his abdomen with his right hand and staggered backward. Plop! His body fell on the wooden floor with a hideous expression. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and he looked like he was in extreme pain. Tangqing stood still and sneered at Chiba Haomu, who was sitting on the ground. The sword hilt that he had been holding in his left hand to block the tip of the sword had been transferred to his right hand, and red blood was seeping out from the blade. Chiba Haomu. A group of people rushed over and surrounded Chiba Haomu. Saburo Fujino rushed to the front of Tangqing and roared, "Kid, you bastard! What did you do to him? What did you do to him?" Chiba Kaori's face was covered in tears as she cried, "Haomu, little brother, are you okay? How do you feel?" Matsushima Nori was a beat too slow to squeeze into the middle of the crowd. Her expression was ugly as she stared sharply at Lu Chaoga and said, "If anything happens to my student, we will definitely seek justice." Lu Chaoga calmly looked at Matsushima Nori and said, "We also don't want this to happen. Of course, I will respect any choice you make." Tangqing walked to the front of Fang Yan and threw the sword hilt in his hand to the ground. He said in a free and easy manner, "I won." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Be careful," someone shouted. Chiba Haomu, who was lying on the ground a moment ago, jumped up and stabbed the sword in his hand at Tangqing's back. This kid's eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 87. Tangqing walked away proudly and carefreely. He was proud of the fact that he had just won a match. Moreover, it was a very good match. Although Qin Etian didn't get to see it with his own eyes, he had won in front of Fang Yan. Let's see if this guy still dares to belittle and bully me like this in the future. Free and easy was the image he always presented to others. As the most handsome guy in Vermilion Bird Middle School, he needed to put on airs at all times to be a good spokesperson. This was just a match between students, and he really didn't want to think too much about it. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. Now that the outcome had been decided, what was there to argue about? However, what Tangqing didn't expect was that Chiba Haomu didn't give up just because he thought that the match was over. While a group of people surrounded him and looked at him with concern, Chiba Haomu grabbed the wooden sword on the ground and jumped up, thrusting the tip of the long sword at Tangqing's back. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't lose. He wanted to prove to his compatriots and himself that he was invincible. It happened so suddenly that Tangqing wasn't prepared at all. When he heard someone shouting behind him, he turned around in surprise. He couldn't believe that Chiba Hao still dared to stab someone with his sword after the match was over. Thus, Chiba Hao's sword that was originally aimed at his back became his heart. Anyone who had watched Animal World would know that when an animal struggled on its deathbed, it could explode with shocking destructive power. When a swordsman was determined to win, he could also perform beyond his usual level. Greatsword Chi Technique. Greatsword Chi Technique. His movements were graceful and ruthless, and his speed was as fast as lightning. He had just jumped up, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tangcheng. The longsword closed an inch by inch, and was about to pierce a large hole in Tangcheng's chest. Tangcheng felt the sharp killing intent, and his body tensed up. It was a natural reaction when facing extreme danger. There was a burning pain in his chest, which was caused by the sword chi that had attacked him first. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the oxygen in the air rubbed against the lightning-fast wooden sword, producing a hissing sound. That was the sound of the air being stimulated and ignited. The wooden sword was too hot, and the tip of the sword was scorching hot. It looked like it was about to catch fire. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, this was the best sword thrust Chinya Hao had ever performed. This was his highest level. This was a realm he had never reached before. Today he did it. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was laughing. It was a ferocious and joyous smile. For this sword that he had thrust out with the highest level, Tangcheng was dumbfounded. If this was a battlefield, if it was a formal battle just now with his ability, he could definitely make the most exquisite and accurate reaction or counterattack. However, at this moment he was at a loss. What was this? Were they going to continue fighting? Or would they fight to the death? However, what was the attitude of the school? Could he do that? Why? His pupils dilated and his heart was in a mess. Asterisk chi. Asterisk he felt the tip of the sword pierce through his clothes. The wooden sword was about to continue forward, piercing through his flesh and organs. Everything it encountered, even his bones. Chinya Hao felt it too. There was only one focus in his eyes, and that was where the tip of the sword was. He felt the sound of a sharp sword piercing through something. It was a clear and melodious sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Such a voice filled him with fighting spirit and a sense of accomplishment. Tangcheng retreated, and retreated again. However, how could this aimless retreating speed compare to Chinya Hao's flying speed? Kill! Chinya Hao roared. As he roared, his dantian was full of chi, allowing him to fly faster and more nimbly in the air. All of a sudden, the entire scene underwent a drastic change. Tangcheng was still retreating out of habit, while Chinya Hao's body stopped in the air. The difference between these two extremes was strange and distorted. No matter how hard he tried, the sword could not move forward. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this unbelievable scene unfold before them. A gust of wind blew, fluttering Chinya Hao's black robes, Tangcheng's white robes, and Fang Yan's soft hair. It was still alive. Everything was alive. It was just that Fang Yan, the time magician, had a little control over it. Fang Yan's body was tilted, one hand holding onto Chinya Hao's ankle. He had not used his other hand yet. When Chiba Hao passed by Fang Yan, the only thing he could do was to turn around 180 degrees and grab at the same time. Seeing that he had the situation under control, and that Tangcheng had not been pierced by Chinya Hao's sword, Fang Yan finally felt relieved. If someone had died, everyone present would not be able to escape responsibility. Whether it was Lu Chaoga, Matsushima Ki, Saburo Fujino, or himself, all of the teachers would face serious charges. Chinya Hao, for the sake of victory, to satisfy his own selfish desires, he had disregarded the lives of others and the future of a large group of teachers. This narrow-minded madman, this bloodthirsty demon. Fang Yan was enraged. Chinya Hao's actions had thoroughly enraged him. Fang Yan's right hand pulled hard, and Chinya Hao's body flew back. Chinya Hao stabbed back with his sword, but Fang Yan's left hand shot out like lightning and punched his wrist. Clang! Chinya Hao felt pain in his arm, and the wooden sword fell to the ground. After using the power of Tai Chi to dissipate the remaining power in his body, Qinya Haowu became Fang Yan's meat target. He grabbed Qinya Haowu's calf with one hand, and with his left foot as the axis, he kicked with his right foot. His body immediately spun, and Qinya Haowu's body, which was still in the air, spun with him. Fang Yan's right foot kicked again and they spun even faster. Thousand-face spinning top. At first, Fang Yan needed to borrow external force, but when their bodies spun at a certain speed, Fang Yan became the axis, and Qinya Haowu became the pendulum. Now Qinya Haowu's body was dragging Fang Yan to spin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone could only hear the whistling wind, like an electric fan spinning at a high frequency. In the beginning, they could still see Fang Yan's cold face and Qinya Haowu's frightened eyes. Soon, they became a shadow of the wind. They were standing in front of you, but you couldn't see them clearly. They had countless faces swaying in front of you, and your eyes couldn't take them in. This time, it was the people around them who were worried about Qinya Haowu. Let go of Qinya Haowu. Let go of him, Fang Yan. What are you doing? Principal Lu, ask your teacher to let go of him. Lu Chaoga's face was as cold as frost, and she said in a cold voice, my students are rational, and so is my teacher. I have full confidence in them. Lu Chaoga was fighting back. I have confidence in my teacher and students, but do you have the same confidence? If you have confidence in your students, then what kind of behavior did the scene that just happened in front of your eyes belong to? Matsushima Nori was speechless, and after a long time he said, we have to find a gentler solution. Chiba Haowu was really frightened, and she ran over to grab Matsushima Nori's hand, saying, Principal, please save Qinya Haowu. Please save Qinya Haowu. Matsushima Nori glanced at Fang Yan, who was still spinning in circles, and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. She couldn't go up and beat up Fang Yan, could she? Chiba Haowu ran to Lu Chaoga and said in English, Principal, I apologize. I know Qinya Haowu. He's too ridiculous, but he's just a child. But he's still a child, please save him. Everyone has to pay the price for doing something wrong. Lu Chaoga said with a straight face. After saying that, she felt that it was a little familiar. Who said that to her? Fang Yan spun faster and faster, as if he had really turned into a spinning top. If the little flags on the Spring Festival Gala were to spin at this speed, they wouldn't even last 10 minutes. When they reached a subtle speed, Fang Yan suddenly let go of Qinya Haowu's ankle. Qinya Haowu was like an arrow that was shot out, flying forward quickly. Before Chiba Haowu could rejoice, she saw Fang Yan running in the direction where Qinya Haowu was flying. Fang Yan ran forward, and when his toes touched the ground, he bounced up and landed without a sound. He was running on the ground, while Qinya Haowu was flying in the air. From a bystander's point of view, it looked like Fang Yan was running with Qinya Haowu on his back. Of course, Fang Yan wasn't running with him on his back. He had other uses for his hands. Bang, bang, bang. His fists shot out like lightning, hitting Qinya Haowu's head, face, chest, abdomen, and every other part of his body that he could reach. With each punch, Qinya Haowu's body would rise and fall at an even faster speed. Fang Yan punched again and sent Qinya Haowu flying higher into the air. The dojo was huge. Fang Yan pulled Qinya Haowu's body from the entrance to the inner wall. Seeing that Qinya Haowu's head was about to hit the wall in front of him, Fang Yan suddenly did a 180-degree handstand. With both hands on the ground, he kicked with his right foot at lightning speed. Bang! What a beautiful shot! Qinya Haowu's body flew high into the roof of the dojo, and then fell at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Clang! His body fell heavily on the wooden board, and he landed face first on the ground with his butt facing the sky. He didn't move or make a sound for a long time. The entire venue was silent. Everyone stared at Fang Yan with widened eyes. They looked at the handsome and tall man standing in the middle of the dojo. Was he a Superman hidden in the human world? Chapter 88. If you are given the freedom to choose your teacher, what qualities and abilities do you want your teacher to possess? Handsome and confident, someone said. Knowledgeable and knowledgeable, someone else said. amiable, and able to get along well with the students. This was the common wish of the students. There might be 1,000 answers to this question, but not a single student would request for their teacher to know martial arts. Martial arts was one of the traditions of Wuxia and one of the labels of Wuxia's culture. Even some foreigners would praise Wuxia's martial arts. However, how many of them had actually seen it in action? In the eyes of the ordinary students, the fight between Tangqing and Chiba Haomu had already exceeded their scope of understanding. They felt that it was impossible for something like that to happen. This kind of martial arts was too distant from their lives. However, when Fang Yan suddenly unleashed his universe like a Saint Seiya and threw Chiba Haomu into the air, they looked at Fang Yan as if they were looking at an alien. Was this still the Fang Yan teacher they knew? The one who read poems on the Bird River? Was this still the Fang Yan teacher who led them to the alley to learn Alley in the Rain? Was this still the Fang Yan teacher who was sharp with his words, lively and interesting in class, and looked like the big brother next door? The students were all filled with admiration and worship. Their bodies were trembling, and they were so excited that they could not control themselves. Matsushima Ki's face was filled with shock as he stared at Fang Yan for a long time. He had even temporarily forgotten to check on Chiba Haomu's injuries. Is there anything else I don't know? Lu Chaoga murmured as she looked at Fang Yan's eyes thoughtfully. Although she had not known Fang Yan for long, she believed that she had some understanding of him. Talented, arrogant, quick-witted and courageous. What she saw today had overturned her understanding of Fang Yan. She knew that the Fang Yan she had seen before was only the tip of the iceberg. What else was he hiding? Saburo Fujino's body was trembling. It was not surprise or admiration, but anger. This bastard, this guy who deserves to be struck by lightning, he has challenged me time and time again. Is this the weak scholar he was talking about? Is this what he meant by being powerless? Saburo Fujino could imagine it. If he had accepted Fang Yan's challenge, even if it was just once, the one lying on the same spot as Chiba Haomu would be him. When he thought of Chinya Haowu, he also thought of the situation they were currently facing. Saburo Fujino quickly rushed over to the spot where Chiba Haomu had fallen. He grabbed Chiba Haomu's shoulder and shook him. Chiba Haomu. How are you? Wake up. Hearing Saburo Fujino's shout, the others reacted. Kei Matsushima, Chiba Keiru, and the teachers and students of the Warren investigation team gathered around him. They looked at Chiba Haomu's body worriedly. Even now, his eyes were still closed and he did not move at all. He didn't know what was going on. If you continue to shake him, his bones will fall apart, Fang Yan said coldly. He just couldn't understand why some people would hug and shake someone when they saw someone fainting on the ground. Didn't they know that this kind of action could sometimes kill someone? After the high-intensity exercise earlier, Fang Yan had vented out most of the anger in his heart. He was also a martial artist. Moreover, he was a martial artist with style and morals. After thousands of years, the words martial art moral had been deeply engraved in the blood of every martial artist. Regardless of whether it was a sect or a family, martial artists must first cultivate their morals. If one's morals were not right, one's martial arts would not be pure. Those who learned martial arts and used it to harm others would be known as demons in the past. Now they would be known as scum. Fang Yan was strict with himself, and he abided by the ancient spirit of martial art moral. Thus, when he saw scum like Chiba Haomu appear, his mood was particularly bad. If such a person was in ancient times, everyone would have the right to punish him. Moreover, the consequences of Chiba Haomu's actions were too serious. He only wanted to win, he only wanted to stab out with his sword. If he were to succeed, how would they end up? How would Rosefinch Secondary end up? How would his dearest, most respected and most beloved Lu Chaoga end up? For a moment, Fang Yan's rationality was overshadowed by his anger. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva with the smell of blood. Thus he spun chased and sent him flying with a kick. Only by doing so would his heart feel better. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Fujino Saburo quickly loosened his grip on Chiba Haomu's shoulder. Fang Yan. Fujino Saburo shouted at Fang Yan. Fujino-sensei, do you want to reason with me? Fang Yan stared at Fujino Saburo with a sharp gaze and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Fujino Saburo was a little afraid of Fang Yan. Teacher Fang Yan. Matsushima Ki's voice was calm. However, it was clearly more intimidating compared to Fujino Saburo's shout. What happened to Chiba Haomu? If anything happens to him, you will bear all the responsibility. If he does not die, I will bear all the responsibility. If he dies, the school will bear all the responsibility, Fang Yan sneered. Similarly, if anything happens to my student, you will also bear all the responsibility. Fang Yan turned to look at Tangqing and asked, "You have not fainted yet?" "What?" Tangqing looked at Fang Yan with a confused expression. So many things had happened so suddenly that he was still in a daze. Wasn't it just a friendly match? How did it end up like this? Don't you feel dizzy and your internal organs are on fire? Don't you feel like you are about to faint? Fang Yan asked. Only then did Tangqing understand. He clutched his chest and shouted, "My heart is in so much pain. I cannot take it anymore. I cannot take it anymore." Plop. Tangqing shamelessly lay down at the entrance of the building. His posture was very unsightly. Fang Yan pointed at Tangqing, who was lying on the floor, and said angrily, "This was originally a match to deepen our understanding and friendship. Our side has always adhered to the principle of friendship first, competition second. We have always been respectful and modest, courteous and restrained. What did you do? Ambushing someone when the match is already over. What kind of behavior is that? This is a shameful behavior, a shameless behavior. Chiba Haomu's sneak attack caused our team member to be seriously injured, and he is currently unconscious. If anything happens to Tangqing, we will use the most severe and violent means to demand justice. Rosefinch is not someone that can be bullied so easily." Saburo Fujino and Ki Matsushima exchanged glances and understood the meaning behind those words. Fake injuries. They knew that Tangqing had deliberately lied down on the floor, and his injuries were not that serious. However, if they insisted that Chiba Haomu's sneak attack caused Tangqing to be seriously injured, and that he was still unconscious, there was nothing they could do. They could not just run to the sickbed and point at Tangqing and shout that he was faking injuries, and that he was actually fine. Whether his body was injured or not, they could easily find out. Whether his head was injured or not, how could they be sure? Ki Matsushima looked at Lu Chaoga, implying that she needed to make a decision on this matter. After all, this happened in Rosefinch's territory. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and said, "Send the injured team member to the hospital for treatment?" Fang Yan nodded and said, "Of course. However, this matter is not over." When Tangqing opened his eyes, only Fang Yan was sitting beside him. The others had all left. Tangqing's injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. Although Chiba Haomu's sword did not pierce through his body, it did cut his flesh. If Fang Yan had not grabbed Chiba Haomu's ankle, the consequences would have been terrible. In addition, he had exercised too much in the afternoon. As he was undergoing one checkup after another, he unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, his exhaustion disappeared and he felt much better. "Don't be so fast," Fang Yan said. "If Chiba Haomu is unconscious for 1 day, you will be unconscious for 2 days. If Chiba Haomu is lying here for half a year, you will be lying here for half a year and a day. We must endure longer than them. There is no need to do this, right?" Tangqing said with a bitter face. If what Fang Yan said was true, Chiba Haomu would not recover after half a year. Would he really have to spend half a year on the sickbed? He felt that he would go crazy. Moreover, how could he pursue Qin Etienne while lying on the sickbed? If Qin Etienne was snatched away by another boy while he was lying on the sickbed, who would be responsible? He was a boy with dreams and goals. There were too many things for him to consider. "Who am I?" Fang Yan pointed at his face and asked. "Fang Yan." Tangqing looked at Fang Yan with a puzzled expression. What was wrong with this guy? Did he not even know who he was? "Teacher. The language teacher of class 9. "No, I am your savior," Fang Yan said. "You have to admit that if I did not save you today, you would not have the chance to open your eyes and see me. You would not have the right to breathe the air in this ward that is not considered fresh, let alone talk to me. Am I right?" Yes. Tangqing's heart was extremely bitter. He owed Fang Yan a favor, a huge one. I beat up Chiba Hamu for you, right? Yes. Although I am not someone who expects others to repay favors, if Chiba Hamu does not recover, Wu Ren will definitely hold me responsible. If they hold me responsible, I will be in a lot of trouble. Of course, if your injuries are more serious than his, they will not have the right and face to trouble me. Tell me, how are you going to repay me for saving your life? If Chiba Hamu is in a coma for 1 day, I will be in a coma for 2 days. If Chiba Hamu is in a coma for half a year, I will be in a coma for half a year and a day, Tangqing said with a sad face. Fang Yan patted Tangqing's shoulder and said, as expected of my, Fang Yan's student. When I first saw you, I felt that you are a good man who will never go back on your word. Chapter 89. Chiba Hamu did not stay in a coma for 3 to 5 days like Fang Yan had said. He woke up on the night of the accident. He opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling with a dull expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Chiba Hamu sat beside Chiba Hamu, her beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. Her face was calm, and she did not appear particularly happy because he had woken up. Matsushima Maki and Saburo Fujino exchanged glances. Matsushima Maki then signaled Saburo with his eyes. Despite his reluctance, Saburo Fujino walked over to stand before Chiba Hamu and asked in a soft voice, "Student Chiba Hamu, do you feel better?" Chiba Hamu did not answer, as if he did not hear his teacher. Saburo Fujino turned to look at Matsushima Maki and continued, "If you feel any discomfort in your body, you must tell us immediately. We will find a doctor to check on you." Chiba Hamu still did not answer. Saburo Fujino quickly walked to Matsushima Maki and whispered, "Principal, Chiba Hamu's condition is not optimistic. Is there something wrong with his mind?" "Give him some time," Matsushima Maki said. She glanced at Chiba Hamu and said, "Teacher Fujino, let's go out first." "Okay," Saburo Fujino replied. Matsushima Maki patted Chiba Hamu's shoulder and said, "I will leave Chiba Hamu to you." Chiba Hamu stood up and bowed deeply to Matsushima Maki. Matsushima Maki sighed and said, "Don't worry. We will take care of this." It was late at night and the corridor was empty. It was abnormally quiet. Saburo Fujino closed the door and said angrily, "Principal, Rosefinch is too much of a bully. How can a teacher participate in a competition between students? It is one thing for a teacher to participate, but he also beat up a student. We must seek justice for Chiba Hamu. Otherwise, Warren Senior High School's reputation will be tarnished. How can we face our peers at Warren Senior High School?" "Okay." Matsushima Maki nodded. "Then Teacher Fujino will seek justice for Wu Ren." Principal Matsushima Maki. Saburo Fujino looked embarrassed. He was just an ordinary teacher in the delegation. He was not on the same level as Rosefinch Secondary. Only Matsushima Maki, the leader of the delegation, was qualified to negotiate with Rosefinch on behalf of Wu Ren. If he stepped forward, he would not have a legitimate reason to do so, and Rosefinch would not take him seriously. Matsushima Maki was in a bad mood. He also knew that it wasn't the time to be angry with his subordinates, so he explained, "I'm afraid this matter is a little troublesome." "What's so troublesome about it?" Saburo Fujino was unconvinced. However, the tone of his voice was clearly much lower. "Fang Yan is Vermilion Bird's teacher. He severely injured Wu Ren's student in front of so many people. That's right, we'll let Chinya Hao lie on the bed. We will not leave until they give us an apology, a satisfactory answer, and compensation sufficient to make up for our physical and emotional wounds. If it really doesn't work, we can make things worse. I want to see if they can withstand the pressure from society and the international community. It would be good if things were that simple." Matsushima Maki shook his head. "Chiba Hawu violated the rules first, stabbing us in the back. They have something to use against us. That teacher surnamed Fang is too cunning. I fear that they are the ones who will not let this matter rest." "Principal, you mean to say, not only will they not admit their mistake, they will also cause trouble for us? Based on your understanding of them, what do you think?" Matsushima Maki asked. Saburo Fujino thought back to how he had interacted with Fang Yan, and nodded with certainty. They will definitely do that. However, none of their team members were injured. What reason would they use to cause trouble for us? Some of our team members were injured. That is a fact that everyone knows. How do you know that none of their team members were injured? Chiba Hao did not stab him at all. He was standing there perfectly fine. But he also fainted on the spot. That was a trick. Saburo Fujino was unable to continue. If they can trick, why can't Rosefinch do the same? Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that Rosefinch is cheating? Let's reconcile, Matsushima-ki said. Find a way to reconcile. What a humiliation. Saburo Fujino felt his chest aching again. Ever since they had inadvertently walked into Fang Yan's class 9, his chest had been aching ever since. I think the most humiliating thing is yet to come, Matsushima-ki said in a heavy tone. If we only lost our dignity, it would be a fortunate thing for us now. Chiba Hao knew that Principal Matsushima-ki and Saburo Fujino were still standing in the corridor outside. Chiba Hao's impulsive action had pushed the Warren inspection team into a very unfavorable situation. They were probably having a headache over how to deal with the aftermath. She did not deliberately listen to the conversation outside. She looked at Chiba Hao's dry lips and said, "You need to drink some water." Chiba Hao did not respond. Chiba Hao did not need his answer. She walked over and poured a cup of water for him. Then she used a spoon to feed him. Chiba Hao only swallowed. There was no expression on his face. "What do you want?" Chiba Hao asked softly. "Is it just victory?" "If father knew what you did, he would definitely feel ashamed of your actions," Chiba Hao said. Chiba Hao finally reacted. A flash of sadness flashed across his eyes. Then it was replaced by anger. He pointed at the door of the ward and said, "Get out." Chiba Hao did not go out. She scooped another spoonful of water and fed it to Chiba Hao. Then she said, "Since you were young, the person you admired the most was father. Although you've never said it, I can see it in your eyes. You have talent and you work harder than anyone else. You want to catch up to him and even surpass him. No one will doubt this. Even I firmly believe this. You will definitely be able to do it. You will become a better swordsman than father. I don't understand swords. I only understand tea. However, I believe that everything in this world is connected. If you don't wash your hands clean, then the tea you brew will definitely have a strange smell. It's the same with swordsmanship. If you don't wash your heart clean, then your swordsmanship will no longer be pure." "Are you teaching me a lesson?" Chiba Hao sneered. "Teaching your failed brother a lesson? Tell him how much of a failure he is. Some people can never reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship in their entire lives. Why? Because he is impatient for success. It's just like brewing tea. If the water isn't boiling, the tea will be green. If it's boiling for too long, the tea will be astringent. Little brother, I just want to tell you not to do inappropriate things at inappropriate times. You don't understand a swordsman's pursuit of the highest swordsmanship. You don't understand a swordsman's thirst for victory," Chiba Hao said fiercely. "You won't understand. I understand. How can I not understand?" Chiba Hao's voice was gentle and soft as if she would never be anxious. "I also want to brew the best tea in the world. I also want to win. Who likes the feeling of failure? But I'm willing to wait. I believe that I can do it and one day I will. So I don't mind giving myself more time. What I'm pursuing is different from what you're pursuing," Chiba Hao said. "What I want is to win every match. I won't allow myself to fail." "But you still lost," Chiba Hao said. "You should know that there's still a gap between you and your opponent. Even that swordsman named Tang Qing can't compare to you in terms of composure and magnanimity, let alone that teacher who stopped you." Chiba Hao closed his eyes in pain. Fang Yan, that demon-like existence. He was like a giant with infinite strength, while Chiba Hao was only a short and ugly dwarf. He was completely powerless before him. Why? Chiba Hao clenched the bedsheet tightly. Because he used too much force, the plain white bedsheet was twisted out of shape, and he tore a few holes in it. Why can he do it? Why can he do it? He really couldn't understand. Fang Yan didn't look much older than him. Why was he able to have such skills? Could it be that Japanese swordsmen really couldn't compare to Wuxia swordsmen? Or could it be that because Wuxia was the origin of martial arts, any random swordsman from Wuxia was an unbeatable monster? Chiba Haowu came from a famous kendo family, and was also a top-notch expert in the surrounding circle. Everyone who saw him was not stingy with their compliments. Everyone who fought with him said that his swordsmanship was amazing. Other than his father, who did not praise him, everyone said that his future was limitless. He was proud, but he was also impatient. He knew that his father didn't praise him because he wasn't good enough. He wanted to conquer everyone, including his father. During this trip to Wuxia, he first met Tangcheng, a well-matched opponent, and then he met Fang Yan, a superhuman teacher. In the same class, there were already 2 people who could defeat him. Then, how many experts did Wuxia have? When he thought of the answer to this question, he felt a chill run down his spine. Chiba Haowu gently stroked Chiba Haowu's tightly furrowed brows, trying to calm them down a little. She said, "If you have too many things on your mind, your hand that holds the sword will become heavier. Let go of your burdens and become a true swordsman. Win everyone's respect like your father." "I don't care if I win people's respect." Chiba Haowu clutched his aching chest and said, "I must defeat him. Only then can I wash away the humiliation I received today." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.